Oh, right.
Make sure that probably is light on the song. Welcome to the second regular board meeting of February 2023. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Mary Price Bush.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks for joining us live and on Zoom. I know the impending snowstorm's got some people concerned, so if you have to leave and go to Zoom, we understand. Let's start with, can I get a motion that the minutes of the February 13th, 2023 meeting be approved?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Raymond.
I'll second.
Trustee Fandesa, discussion.
I'll abstain because I didn't.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries, one abstention. Mayor's announcements. I got a note on my door as I was leaving today. Please remind that the water bills are due by, or the payments for water bills, March 2nd, 2023. So please, on or before March 2nd, 2023, pay your water bills. There's nothing we can do to take back penalties and interest by code. So please get those paid up and handled. Also want to state that I had a lovely lunch the other day with Emily Bartell, who was interested in becoming a member of the Committee on the Arts. And Katie Tiedemann had sent me a note saying that this was their pick. This is who they wanted to join. And I think it makes sense, instead of just appointing somebody I don't really know, to at least get to know them a little bit. And she has some great ideas and some great energy for the Committee on the Arts. And as that is a vacancy midterm, I am permitted to fill that vacancy. So I am going to appoint Emily Bartell to the Committee on the Arts, and just make sure the clerk reflects that in the minutes so that we have that fully taken care of. Ben, I know you got to know her a little bit, and Bernadette as well, from her attendance to meetings. If you want to add anything, feel free to.
Yeah, I'm happy to add some comments. I think Emily's got an excellent background that can help our village, in particular the Arts Committee. She's really jumped in and added some comments and provided a lot of great ideas. So I'm excited that she's joining, that you're appointing her.
Yeah, and she has some great social marketing skills as well that I'm sure they'll put to good use. So thank you, Emily, for joining.
Okay, and that is that. On sad note, and many of you know this, but on Thursday, we will hit the 25th anniversary of the disappearance of Suzanne Lyle. And I was asked by Ann Hopperich and John Romano, actually, to maybe consider a proclamation with respect to this event. And I was honored that they came to ask, and we put something together as quickly as we could. And I want to read the official proclamation and then ask somebody else to give a little testimonial to the situation here. Official proclamation, Village of Ballston Spa, New York, whereas Suzanne Gloria Lyle, who was born on April 6, 1978, and graduated with honors from Ballston Spa High School in 1996, vanished without a trace after being abducted from her SUNY Albany campus on March 2nd, 1998. And whereas March 2nd, 2023 marks the 25th anniversary of the date when the then 19-year-old Suzanne mysteriously disappeared, a tragedy which subsequently inspired her mother, Mary Lyle, and now late father, Douglas Lyle, to co-found the Center for Hope, Healing Our Painful Emotions. Advocacy, education, and prevention are cornerstones of the village-based not-for-profit, which has earned a stellar reputation across the nation as a beacon and a life raft for those struggling to cope with the unexpected disappearance of a loved one. And whereas the abduction of the Ballston Spa teenager motivated Suzanne's parents and dedicated Center for Hope volunteers to help lay the groundwork for the New York State Campus Safety Act, now federal legislation called Suzanne Lyle's Campus Safety Law. And a second piece of federal legislation titled Suzanne's Law, which boosted the age for those protected by the Center for Missing and Exploited Children from 18 and spearheaded efforts to introduce the missing person alert system through the New York State's Thruway, as well as having decks of cold case playing cards produced for circulation among inmates in county jails and posters for hope featuring missing persons distributed for use in restaurants and bars. And whereas the Center for Hope, under the leadership of Suzanne's parents, additionally established the annual New York State Missing Persons Day and a monument on the grounds of the New York State Museum in Albany that continued 2 decades later to provide families and friends with opportunities to remember and reflect on the lives and legacies of their missing loved ones, as well as honoring and lending support to loved ones of other missing persons. And whereas the Center for Hope, with Suzanne's compassionate and courageous mother at the helm, steadfastly endeavors to assist others far and wide, even as the now 25-year-old case that led to the founding of the humanitarian organization remains unsolved. Now, therefore, it is resolved that Thursday, March 2nd, 2023, be proclaimed as Suzanne Gloria Lyle Remembrance Day in the village of Ballston Spa, and that as a tribute to her legacy, the historic bell in the tower above the old chocolate factory on Prospect Street, where the Center for Hope is headquartered, be rung 25 times, starting at 5 p.m. on that date. The 25 times the bell tolls will commemorate the 25 years that have passed since the Ballston Spa team vanished without a trace. As a sign of respect and remembrance, villagers are encouraged to pause for a moment of silence as the mammoth bell resonates in observation of the 25th anniversary of the disappearance of Suzanne Gloria Lyle. Now, I know the boys basketball sectional is in Glens Falls at 6:30 on Thursday, so I would ask folks before heading up there to take that moment to appreciate the fact of what this means, because this is, while extremely sad, the fact that her family has turned this into a situation to try to help others through their loss in this is still an amazing thing to me and to many others. I know Senator Jim Tedisco has been instrumental in working with the Lyle family, and we have something from him as well. Go ahead, turn on the microphone right there with the button right in front. You got it. Go ahead, turn it, light it up. There you go.
There we go. Good evening, everyone. My name is Alex Blazinski. I'm from Senator Jim Tedisco's office. I have a letter he wrote this afternoon. He'd like me to share with everyone as he couldn't make it tonight. Dear Mayor Rossi and village trustees, thank you for your outstanding leadership and everything the village of Ballston Spa is doing to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the disappearance of Ballston Spa's own Suzanne Lyle, and for inviting me to join you to share some thoughts. Unfortunately, today is a session day at the state capitol, and I am in Albany with legislative commitments. It's hard to believe it's been 25 years since Suzanne Lyle went missing from the University at Albany. My heart continues to go out to Suzanne's mother, my dear friend Mary Lyle, the entire Lyle family over their quiet desperation for answers to her disappearance. Over the past 25 years, Mary and her late husband, Doug Lyle, have channeled their energy and turned their own family's personal tragedy into something positive to help families of missing persons in New York State and across the nation through their work with the Center for Hope they founded here in Ballston Spa. The Lyles helped get Suzanne's Law Campus Safety Act passed in New York to require all colleges in the state to have plans to provide for their investigation of missing students and violent felony offenses committed on campus. Mary and Doug's impassioned advocacy on behalf of their daughter and all families of missing persons helped get Suzanne's Law passed on the federal level in 2003 as part of the National Amber Alert Bill to require police notify the National Crime Information Center when someone between the ages of 18 and 21 is reported missing. Thank you to the strong advocacy of the Lyles, New York became the first state in the nation to create a missing persons remembrance monument located next to the State Museum in Albany, and to hold an annual Missing Persons Day that brings families together, members of missing person, to share ways of coping and to keep hope alive. In recent years, the Lyles conceived of the idea of putting pictures of missing persons on playing cards distributed at state prisons and drink coasters at local restaurants and taverns with the hope that will generate tips that could solve a cold case. I've been honored to work closely with the Lyles over the years on legislation and many of these initiatives. They were true heroes of mine, and in all they've done to be a voice for Suzanne and bring attention to the plight of missing persons. We'll never forget Suzanne Lyle. May God bless the Lyle family and the great village of Ballston Spa, New York. Sincerely, Senator James Tedisco. Thank you.
Thank you. would ask us to have a moment of silence now in memory of Suzanne Lyle in preparation for Thursday. Thank you. Okay, hate to do this to you guys, but time to move on to liaison reports, and Sean will start with you. I'm sorry.
Okay. So, spoke with Jeff earlier today, and a lot of what he's doing right now is doing some tree trimming. A lot of it hasn't been done for years. So he's trying to get that out of the way. There's a lot of trees that have been overgrown along the streets. He's also doing some general repairs, doing some light replacements at the pump station. And also he started to do catch basins on Front Street, as well as he had been doing a little exploratory work in Wiswell Park regarding, the sanitation pipes and doing use it in assistance with the county using the camera to determine the condition of those pipes. So been a busy guy. So, but and for the next couple of days, and I guess we have another one coming this weekend. So that's all I have.
Telling you, if you see that groundhog, just send him my way. We'll handle this. Ben, go ahead.
All right. A lot of the nonprofit committees have been busy last few weeks working on their budget requests for the next fiscal year. The Committee on the Arts is also putting together an arts map showing where the arts are, different kinds of arts throughout the village. They're also inventorying where they might put murals throughout the village as well. And if any businesses are interested in any of that, please contact them. They have their email on the village website. They are still waiting on grant announcements from Saratoga Arts. Should happen in a couple of weeks, March, early March, I think. Again, welcome to Emily Bartel. Park and Tree meeting, they met a week ago. They're discussing improvements to all the different parks, Kelly, Wiswell, Victory Circle, hoping to put some benches in Victory Circle in the near future. Friends of Wiswell and Park and Tree is working on rehabbing the benches in Wiswell Park, and they're actively soliciting both volunteers and donations for that. You can contact them again through the Park and Tree Board, contact on the village website. And also important to know, BACC, Ballston Area Community Center, is expanding its free universal pre-K service, open classrooms for 4-year-olds. It's again free, 52 spaces. So if people are interested, they should contact BACC. And there's an open house March 1st, 6:30 to 7:30 over at the community center. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz.
Well, Ben already covered Park and Tree, and I was at that meeting as well. And like he said, they're working on the budget. For the library, they're continuing to work with Paul Gray to, look to see what kind of grants they can get to help fund the expansion of the library. And I don't think it is anything else I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. And Bernadette.
Just an update for the BSBPA. They are planning their annual meeting March 20th from 6 to 8 at Next Door Kitchen, and encourage everybody to stop by and get to know that organization and also our small businesses and their owners. They're going to be doing a story with WNYT to talk about our women-owned businesses in Ballston Spa, either Thursday or Friday. We have that's just the start of the count, more than 115 women-owned businesses in Ballston Spa, which is amazing. This is a hub for young entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, and growingly entrepreneurs who are coming from different backgrounds. We have a lot more Mexican restaurants, and it's just exciting. Anyway, it's wonderful. They're going to be talking about that, and it's just another good plug for this community. They're also going to be launching videos as part of their marketing on their social media. And they are starting talks about the farmers market. It sounds like all their vendors are coming back and there's more volunteers. And then also Adopt-A-Plot has more volunteers as far as leaders goes. So there's a lot of good things happening there, and really encouraged by that news.
Okay, thank you very much. I will defer to the treasurer's report that was included in the attachments. However, I will tell you that basically Barbara told of an increase in sales tax receipts that you'll find in that report, and also with respect to the fact we're working on budget, and we're knee deep in that and going toward workshops on the 6th, 7th, and 8th of next week from, I believe, 7 p.m. forward those nights, and we're lining up department heads, et cetera, to join us for those. So that was the basic treasurer's report. Rainey Hughes, been a while.
Yes.
So long story short, I'm a Spot Catholic guy. You may not realize that my sister and my brother were Scotties. My niece was a Scotty. I have taken it personally as a mayor in Ballston Spa to be a Scotty at this point. They've welcomed me with open arms, but we started our time together at Spot Catholic as saints, believe it or not. Don't know what happened to our halos, but we're all good now. If you want to come on up, she's going to talk to us about the after prom party, and thanks to Sean for bringing this up to us in the first place.
Thank you, Sean. So I'm going to read from my paper because I get nervous. I teach third grade and I can do that really well. This makes me a little nervous. Well, I'm here on behalf of the Ballston Spa High School PTSA and the after prom committee. The after prom party takes place after the senior prom, and it happens right in the high school cafeteria and the gym and the surrounding areas, the auditorium. This year it will take place on June 3rd from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. This event has been in existence for over 20 years, and it's one of the few in the area, not a lot of the school's do this. It provides a safe, alcohol-free, all-inclusive party for anyone who attends the prom or doesn't attend prom. Anyone can come, any senior can come to the event. The students are required to arrive by 1 a.m. and once they leave, they can't return, just for safety purposes. The students, well, since COVID, it kind of changed how after prom looked for a couple of years. We still did activities for the seniors, but we weren't able to have the event to its full extent. So we're back in full effect and excited to kind of bring back that original event that once was. We are hoping to accommodate approximately 200 students, but the real question is, how do we get them to come and how do we get them to stay? Because that is the goal. We provide food and drinks. This year we're hoping to do a carnival type of food with pizza, cotton candy, popcorn. We provide activities like a DJ, bounce houses, a minute to win a games, movies, board games. But the main attraction is really the raffle items. We give a raffle item of approximately $25 to every senior who attends. It could be a gift card, a dorm accessory, an outdoor game, something that they can use. We also hold a big ticket item raffle at about 2:30 in the morning. Believe it or not, it's a long night, but it's
I'll be asleep, don't worry.
and that is kind of how we keep them there for the duration. And that they have to be present to win. And our goal is to give as many big prizes to the students as possible. They can include like mini fridges, printers, TVs, things that they can use moving forward after high school, and the items are valued at about $100 to $150. We rely heavily on community support for this event for our seniors. Some examples of community support have been a $1,500 donation for senior t-shirts during COVID, $1,000 donation to purchase some of those big ticket raffle items, or sponsoring specific activities or food for the party. We are here tonight to ask for the village's support and ask for a monetary donation for the after prom event. We really appreciate your time. And while it is a senior high school event, it really is to me a community event, because I think it just promotes positivity and inclusivity within our community through the high school. Thank you for having us.
And how do people donate?
Oh, how do we donate?
Yeah.
So as some of the, did you pass them on?
Yes, I did.
So it's a little funny of of a printing, so it's a front and back. But that is our donor letter. And they can be mailed right to the high school. Donations can be mailed to the high school. And one thing we are kind of hoping for is like a bounce house extravaganza for the kids. And I think the cost is about $650 to $800. So that is something we're hoping to find sponsorship for. Do you guys have any questions?
Hi, Ronna. I'll probably see you tomorrow. So,
Coming after prom meeting tomorrow, if anyone wants to.
now, I know we just had discussed in the last meeting potential that, there would be specific, maybe larger items that if an entity or an agency like the village wanted to sponsor, that there would be, a dollar value to that.
Yeah.
I know I don't see it here, but are we going to develop a list that maybe with the costs that, and the way that my understanding is what you'd sponsor it. If it was there'd be a little sign or logo put up that it was sponsored by whomever.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think that's great because it gives a kind of ownership to the individual or the agency who wants, to do that. And it also makes the kids aware that, there's all these people in the community that care about them.
Yes.
And want to see them have full way. And I think that, if you can get that to us, that would be fantastic.
And I think, like I said, specifically right now, we were hoping, I think, for the bounce house piece. And we can definitely get you the cost as well. And our plan is to share at the event as well as on our Facebook page who are sponsors and donors.
Okay, great.
Rena, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Sean, some of those big ticket items, I might ask you to be my prom date or something. I'll look past the Cowboys fan thing if you're willing to look past some stuff too. Okay, let's go to old business, sidewalk law revision and update the fee schedule. Ben, if you don't mind, I'm just going to kind of throw a couple of these directly to Carla to give where we stand from her perspective, and then you can take over from there. How's that? Okay. Carla, who's joining us by video.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, not through TV, unfortunately, but I think we're okay still. Can everybody hear from the computer speakers? Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, first, I want to thank the board for allowing me to appear via Zoom. And because I'm a chicken and would have to drive home from Ballston Spa to Northumberland. So I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. With respect to the old business, I can go through, if you'd like, I can go through each one quickly, or I can go through them individually. How would you like me to move forward?
Well, I think there's some things to discuss, at least with the sidewalk law, but also with ethics. So we might want to lay it out one at a time where we are.
Okay, fair enough. So with respect to the sidewalk law, I have provided the final draft plus a draft from Trustee Cormos and a draft from Trustee Baskin, which I was unable to, because I'm not that tech savvy, put it all together into one document because there are multiple comments on each one, and some of the language is contradictory. So I have provided all that to the board, as well as the notice of public hearing and the Part 1 EAF. That is to the board right now, and I'm awaiting direction.
Thank you. All right. So I was hoping potentially we could finish this up in a regular board meeting, since there was some reluctance to have a special board meeting. But as I went through the November version and compared it to, and just carefully looked at it and looked at comments from other board members and my own comments, there's still about 13 items that need to be resolved, either clarified or just resolved among us. And it's really too much to do at a board meeting. It would take about at least an hour. So what I'm hoping to do is request a special meeting that is combined with the ethics meeting down below, where we start with the sidewalk meeting a sidewalk review and then go down. So that draft from November, I really wouldn't call it a final draft because there are numerous items that still need discussion and resolution. So for example, just give you one example, it says homeowners have 30 days to but that's not enough time. That's just one example of the many issues that still remain. So I think what I'll do is I'll create the next draft. I'll send you after this meeting, like this week, the list of 13 items. I'll send you suggestions for how to address based on comments I've heard, and not just you, Carla, but the whole board, and the whole board can chime in. And I'm hoping that it shouldn't take a ton of time, but I think more than is reasonable for this venue. And so that's motion G. There's a motion to have a special meeting for the ethics law, and I'll probably ask to amend that to include sidewalk and the ethics law.
Okay. Would you like me to move on to the ethics one?
Sure, I'm sure I'll add something to that too. Thank you.
Okay, sure. With respect to the ethics law, the draft and the final comments and questions were also presented to the board with the notice of public hearing as well as the Part 1 EAF, and I am awaiting direction from the board on that as well.
Yeah, and there's a similar situation, I think, to the sidewalk law, only the issues may be a little thornier to resolve. Where a sidewalk law, I think we probably will not have a whole lot of trouble with. Ethics law, there may be some thornier issues. So, but same idea that I don't think it's feasible to do in a regular board meeting. And so that's why I have this motion later down suggesting we have a special meeting for that. And now along with the sidewalk law. Thank you.
With respect to the comprehensive plan, I provided an updated timeline to the board. We are awaiting comments back from the zoning board, the planning board, and the historic commission, the historic district commission. Those comments are due back this Wednesday for discussion at the March 13th meeting. In speaking with Amy Fitzgerald from Behan last week, we are both of the opinion that it makes sense to have comments from those three boards along with comments from this board before we reconvene the steering committee or the comprehensive plan committee. I can't remember what it's called. That way they can sit down and do a wholesome look at everything. They know that there are some things that need to be put in, for instance, the transportation issue. Perhaps some additional on short-term rentals or ADUs, things that can be beefed up a little bit. So in speaking with Amy, I provided the board an updated timeline. It does not change the date or the approximate dates of when the comp plan would be approved. It's still looking May or June of this year. It just pushes things out, moves things around a little bit more. You'll notice that we're not going to do seeker until we get what we believe to be a draft that is sufficient to send out to the interested and involved agencies as well as to the public. Okay.
Thank you very much for that summary. I think it's important to state where we are to the public in this process, because
Jen, did they freeze?
Mayor, everyone, both the cameras and the volume are frozen.
A little connection issue, but generally it's working itself out. Also,
Wait,
I just sent Frank a text.
okay.
You and I can have a meeting.
We could, you and I could. I'd be happy to go ahead and have this meeting. That would be fine. All right. Pictures back.
Picture, no volume.
Now they can.
Testing. All right, you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, so I want to thank the Comprehensive Planning Committee for all the work they've done. And if they're willing to, we would greatly appreciate their taking the lead in all these comments coming back and incorporating as appropriate the comments they do get back. A number of people on the planning board are actually on the Comprehensive Planning Committee, so they're going to just for you, Carl, to know, they're going to send in their comments if they want to. If they feel like there's still things for some of them to submit, they're going to do that individually. And the Historic Commission has sent back theirs. Some members of this board have done that. But I also want to encourage the public, you still have time. If you have comments, the comprehensive plan is on the website. If you have thoughts on how it could be improved, you still have time to submit those to the village, and they'll be considered. So thank you for that. And I guess we're thinking the deadline is, though, still March 3rd for everything, right, Frank?
March
3rd?
1st.
The 1st?
March
First
1st,
is the-
Wednesday is the deadline for the committees to get everything back. I don't know if there was a deadline for the public.
All right. So let's say March 1st. So you got a few more days. Thank you.
The proposed accessory dwelling unit, do you want me just to kind of keep going forward and doing what I was
Sure.
doing?
Go ahead.
Anyone? Okay, so the proposed accessory dwelling unit, there is a copy of it that was attached to the agenda, I think, this morning. I've been in a number of seminars recently with respect to the ADU, talking about the governor's executive budget, how there's some changes to put in there. I've had conversations with NICOM folks. I've had conversations with Association of Towns folks. I've had conversations with other municipal attorneys, and conversations with Amy Fitzgerald over at Behan. And we're all of the opinion that at this point, because you're in the process of doing your comprehensive plan, it makes sense not to touch any part of your zoning code until the plan is adopted. Because really what you're going to say in the purpose of your zoning code is that the zoning code is adopted in the spirit and intent of the comprehensive plan. So it really makes sense to wait just a few months for any part of the zoning code to be rewritten, because there's going to be a comprehensive plan adopted, and then based on what is in the comprehensive plan, the zoning code then will flow from that. The zoning code will get adopted, and then it will be easier to really for the boards to understand, really for the boards to work through. And should there be a challenge to, like with an Article 78, to anything with respect to the zoning code or the zoning board or the planning board, the village is in a much better position to defend that, because the zoning code will have been adopted subsequent to the adoption of the comprehensive plan.
Like to address that. I completely agree that the comprehensive plan should be adopted before we get into any changes to our zoning code. But as we've discovered with a number of pieces of legislation, it takes a long time for a piece to be finalized. We've been working on the sidewalk law for 2 years. Yeah. So,
Well, I haven't been with you for 2 years.
yeah, well, we've been working on it that long. So what drafted up, which is based on amalgamation of a number of codes that I saw, it's a very conservative accessory dwelling unit code. It just talks about existing buildings. It does not have any construction. And most ADUs allow for construction of new structures. And it's also limited to only owner-occupied residences. So in other words, it's not going to change the character of the village. What I'd like to do is refer this to both the planning board, which is, would be part of a process, but also to the zoning board, because they have recently ruled on an accessory dwelling unit favorable, gave it a use variance, and use variances are very rare. I think I read something like only 2% of use variances are granted. So that fact and the fact that the comprehensive plan endorsed having ADUs, and I don't expect them to, reverse that decision. I'd like to have the zoning board, who understands zoning, take a look at this. The mayor did raise some concerns that it might conflict with our existing code. He didn't provide any specifics on that, but if the zoning board sees something that conflicts, I'd like to see what it is. So basically, later on, I've got a motion to just refer it to those two bodies. So that's as far as it's going to go.
Carla, obviously that code is not ready for prime time, as they would say, because it makes no reference to any section numbers, any sections that exist, where it would be in the code, et cetera, et cetera. How long would it take you to push that code into form, and at what cost would it come to us insofar as other things that might get pushed to the background?
Well, as far as how long it would take me to do it, if you're talking just to put in code numbers and where it would stick within the code, I mean, that doesn't take a while, but to go through and ascertain and to make sure that it is not in contradiction to other parts of the code, it'll take a bit of a time with respect to, but it can be done. With respect to other things, I mean, it's up to the board to determine what the priorities are. So obviously, if this becomes a priority, then other things move down the list. That's just how things work, but that's completely up to the board. I do think I can appreciate, wanting to move forward. I did reach out to Anna Stanko, and Anna, I think I saw you in the audience, and I apologize for putting you on the spot, but I did speak to her last week and to see if this was something that was constantly before zoning board. So it's something that really we needed to deal with. And my understanding, and she can correct me if I'm wrong if she's there, is that there is nothing pending or proposed before the zoning board with respect to an ADU at this point. So
Anna,
that's,
would you like to
that's,
speak for yourself on that? Not to cut you off, Carla, but she is here if she'd like to step up.
Yes, Carla, I am here. Yes, no, there is nothing in front of the board, and actually, I really don't understand what the big push is. I've been on the zoning board, I'm going to say at least 10 years. My time is, so it's probably like 15.
Started when you were 19?
Thanks, Frank.
No problem.
From my recollection, I've ever only seen 2 of these in my entire tenure of this. So it's not something that is, people are knocking at our door, putting in applications for an ADU. It just doesn't happen. And when they come in front of us, we handle them appropriately. But again, I have reached out to Kevin McDonough, who was the chair before myself, to see if he remembers how many he remembers. But honestly, I've seen 2.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm going to reiterate what I brought up last time when this was discussed. I concur with Carla's assessment, speaking with many people, many organizations, that we should not rush this. We should take the time to approve our comp plan. But I think this is kind of a Band-Aid rather than an actual fix. Rather than approaching R1 and allowing accessory dwelling units that might actually create a lot of traffic issues and concern about adding people to smaller neighborhoods, I think it might be more appropriate for when we look at our zoning rewrite to look at areas that might be more suited for R2, which allows for more, denser housing. I think this is the wrong way to approach this. Not only that, though, we aren't addressing any of the short-term rental concerns. So I think this is jumping the gun. I really encourage us to perhaps wait until we go through the process. So I appreciate your desire to want to get this done, Ms. Kornos, but I just think that this is not the way to handle it. And again, I think we're going to be able to, if the governor's goals for housing, actually go forward without any challenges by other people and lawsuits, I think that a better way to approach our housing would be R2, which is the denser, residential zoning. So I'd rather take a methodical approach instead of just slapping on a Band-Aid for an issue that we do need to address.
Well, I'd like to speak in support of this general approach. The actual implementation of the law or the enactment is a long ways away. It does take a long time to implement any law. And so this is just the first initial round of reviews. There'll be many round of reviews where Bernadette's comments and everyone else's comments will be incorporated in or certainly seriously considered. And so just sending it. So anyway, in principle, I am, as with the comprehensive planning committee, I am in support of ADUs. I think it's a good idea. I worked in senior services for many years, and it's an excellent way to try to keep people out of nursing homes, keep families together, create affordable housing. So the concept is something that I think is the future. And by taking these first initial small steps does not commit us to enacting the law or doing anything else besides gathering data and making the law for when it's ready to be the best it can be. And there's definitely a lot of ADUs in R1 up and down Ballston Ave. There's all kinds of accessory, more than one unit on a plot of land there. And so it's happening anyway. But anyway, I'm okay. I'm comfortable. I support the idea of taking these first initial steps towards what will be a long process.
Now, I would sort of mention to you that it's our duty to maybe report those to code enforcement if you believe that they've been done without permits or approvals along the way. The current status of the law is what the current status of the law is. And there are mechanisms by which, as we've seen from what Anna stated twice, ADUs can be approved. So keep that in mind. Anything else, Carla, from your end, and we'll move along? Well, you're a little muted there.
I don't think so. I think that's enough for me for now.
Okay. Grant updates, Liz.
Yes, I'd just like to update people that the ADA transition plan is the kickoff meeting is scheduled for March 2nd at 7 p.m. And that will be held at the Malta Avenue School at the school district offices because this space was not available. And generously, Ed Martin volunteered to have it at school. And so that grant is kicking off, and we have an excellent committee of members. Where is my list?
Well, thanks to Ed first off. Appreciate that offer for space.
Yeah, no, when we were struggling with where to hold it. Okay, here somewhere. Oh, here.
Lots of great people.
Okay, we have Ed Martin from the school, Nathan Ward, who was on the steering committee for the pedestrian and bicycle master plan, Mr. Otten, who's also a veteran of the pedestrian and bicycle plan, Dana Warmer from BSBPA, Katie Teiderman, who's a resident and on the arts committee, but also an engineering technician who worked on Saratoga's transition plan. Robert Wiltsey, who's a parent of a child with a disability, Anna Petraglizioni, who's the Doubleday Woods resident coordinator, Colby Crow from the fire department, and Sandra Cross, director of Saratoga County Aging and Youth. So we've got I think a top-notch team of folks to take a look at our ADA compliance and make a plan to address it and move in the right direction. I think there was some coverage of this recently. Let's see.
Rules and procedures, if you want to just keep going.
Excuse me, I had.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done with that.
No. On the topic of grants, I'd like to know, Bernadette, where we stand with the BOA grant. I mean, that was given to us over a year ago. I believe you finalized the paperwork midsummer. And as I read the procedure and going through the grant, the first step is to form a committee And
That's
then-
actually not true, Liz, and we'll send it to Carla, who's actually working with Bernadette and me on this because she's the one that's our main contact right now with the state. Go ahead, Carla.
Well, then please explain why nothing's been done on it that at least the board has seen.
I'm sorry, are you talking about the New York Forward grant? Because I'm
No,
not involved in that.
BOA.
Oh, the BOA grant.
Brownfield Opportunity Area.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I heard forward. I instead of BOA. The joys of Zoom, right? So no, with respect to BOA, we have to put forward, we've been working with Leslie Zaletsky, I believe is her name. Zlata. And Leslie actually is moving on, and we're having another individual as of March 1st actually work with us. And we've been going back and forth with them with respect to an RFP for the grant administration moving forward. We had a lot of back and forth, and the mayor and I have had a couple conversations and Google Meets with them. They're requiring us to put forth a fairly extensive RFP to get a process going forward and a company in to actually administer the grants. We cannot just use the ones we used in the preparation of getting the grant. We tried, we thought we had it. They said no. I mean, I think that's the short way of saying it. They said yes, and then they said no. And then they said, you need to go through this whole big long process to do it. So we've been working with them on putting together an RFP for that process to get to the board, hopefully for the next meeting, so we can move that forward.
As I remember the paperwork, the first step was the committee that would work on the RFP, but maybe I'm mistaken.
I don't know about a committee that would work on the RFP. I don't know why. I don't know anything about that. I was told by the folks that, for the BOA grant to draft up an RFP, and they're willing to work with us on it. But we need to get one and get it out.
Yeah, if you'd like some help on that, I've done a number of them.
You actually were asked to help us about 5 months ago, and you said you were busy, so we haven't asked again. But if you're willing to, by all means.
Absolutely.
Rules and
If you want to take
procedures.
that off my list,
Is there
Liz,
a
go for it.
timeline with the RFP?
I'm sorry.
She said absolutely get it off her desk, Liz. Timeline for RFP is hopefully within the next month. Carla has gotten some ideas of ones from other jurisdictions or municipalities, and she is working on that. And we're going to have, I believe, a meeting on this Friday just to update them to make sure that we're all in sync with the new person that's on our file. Now, rules and procedures, Liz.
I'm just bringing up this topic because we did draft rules and procedures a number of months ago, and there are certain terms on it which frankly aren't being followed. One of the more recent ones is that all board members have the right to place items on the agenda provided the same is presented to all board members by noon on Thursday before the Friday meeting. Some trustees have been adhering to this and getting their motions in by noon on Thursday, but not all members of this board have. So, and frankly, can't remember any time when we've gotten notice of the motions that will appear on the agenda. And the agenda is due by noon, and, I can understand that it might be a little bit late, but it comes out on Friday afternoon, which doesn't give us a lot of chance to, look at the data, make comments, because, some of us sometimes have weekend plans. So I would like to encourage all board members to adhere to this part of the rules and procedures.
Public comment. Who in the House would like to speak? Carolyn.
Hi, Marilyn Stevenson, 45 West High Street. And I was really here tonight to hear a little more about the comprehensive plan next steps. So if anybody can tell me where there is an outline for the actual steps along the way with actual month and date correlation to that step. I know it had been mentioned when Mr. Behan gave his presentation, but very generically. I know at one point in time, Carla had mentioned it very quickly during a prior trustees meeting, but I never saw it in the meeting minutes, never saw it on the website. I'm just looking for the factual information in writing, if someone can provide that, or tell me where I can find it. I'd appreciate it.
Carla, while you're up here, Marilyn, in case you have any other questions, we're gonna have to pay overtime, I think, tonight, Carla. If we pay you by the word, we are well past the limit at this point, but I know you had amended that after your discussion with John Behan and Amy Fitzgerald this past week. So if you just want to give an update on that overall schedule, again, this is an estimation, obviously, with all the steps to go, but here she comes.
Yep, I just pulled it up. I love my 3 screens on my laptop here. I pulled it up and I have no problem if we want to, Mr. Mayor, if we want to put this on the website or something, that's,
Sure, that would be my suggestion.
That's all I'm looking.
yeah, I have no
Because
issues
it's
with
multiple
that.
steps, so it should be.
Yeah, so I can just, basically, we're going through, in March, April is when we're going to have discussions on the various comments, and refer it back to the comprehensive plan committee. In April, we'll start this, we're hoping, obviously, these are subject to change, but in April, we're hoping to start the seeker process, which requires us to submit everything to interested agencies, for coordinated review, refer it to Saratoga County Planning Board, who has to look at it and give their recommendation, hold a meeting, probably, May, June, hold the public hearing on this. And then May, June, again, go through all of the seeker, go through the public hearing, determine if there's any non-significant and non-substantial changes. And then, we're hoping, if all goes well, if there is a negative declaration under seeker, if there is no need to go forward with a GEIS, which is not recommended at this time, but if there is no need to do that, then we're looking at June at this point, to go through and actually get this all adopted. But, Mr. Mayor, feel free to put that up on the website.
Absolutely. And Jennifer, who I know is here, will follow up on that with you, make sure she has your copy, and we'll go with that.
Great, thank you very much.
No problem, Marilyn. Thank you. Anybody else in the house? Danielle.
Hello, everybody. I'm speaking for Julie Gazitos, who's in Florida, and she would like to comment on the ethics.
Danielle, just give your name and address too for the
I'm
record.
sorry,
No
Danielle
problem.
Thompson, 62 Hyde Boulevard, Ballston Spa.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So she wrote a letter, which I believe you probably will find in your mailbox for the record. And so I'm speaking for her. And she says, I'm out of state on vacation. She appreciates the opportunity to still be heard on an important agenda item this evening. Please accept this statement as made as a resident of Village of Ballston Spa, a member of the Ethics Code Revision Committee, and the current chair of the Ethics Board. And a little aside, we all agreed on these items to be, just to know that we had a very mixed group and everybody felt comfortable with the revisions that we made. And thank you for the time you put in the comments you made as well. The Ethics Code Revision Committee worked for several months preparing the draft code that was submitted to the Board of Trustees just prior to the 2022 holiday season. One issue was discussed at length, including code provisions that would work directly or indirectly to limit the number of residents that could participate in the village government, including employment, board appointments, and committees. On this subject, we unanimously agreed that the definition of a family member would trigger an interest, would include spouses, children, parents, grandparents, grandchildren, stepchildren, parents and siblings, domestic partners, and household members. We purposely omitted aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, cousins, and further distant relatives from this definition, with the understanding that the Village of Ballston Spa would benefit by being as inclusive as possible, as the number of residents that could participate is already at a minimum. The reason other members of the Ethics Board can't be here tonight is because they're doing double duty on other committees. So another issue we discussed at length was that it would likely limit participation in the use of financial and conflict disclosure forms. If an employee, board member, committee member is aware of a conflict, present or potential, it must be disclosed. And if the conflict isn't raised, the person with a conflict can be subject to an ethics complaint. Requirements to make written financial disclosures or to complete multiple disclosure forms is a deterrent, not to mention an additional burden to all participants in our government, paid and unpaid. As a member of the Ethics Code Revision Committee and the chair of the Ethics Board, I urge the Board of Trustees not to add proposed language to the Ethics Code that would stifle volunteerism and participation in our community. Further, bear with me. Julie, speaking solely for herself, as a resident of the village, urges the Board of Trustees to refrain from passing the proposed agenda item M. This motion is much too broad and will lead to an excessive amount of work reviewing the conflict of interest forms. Every issue that relates to the collection or spending of village funds is of a personal interest to every resident in the village. Conflicts of interest are already addressed in the Code of Ethics. Again, if passed, this requirement will lead to a reduction of interest in participating by village residents. Not only does it take additional time that many board and committee members don't have, it also works to deter current and potential residents from participating. She's an owner of a small number of residential rentals in the village, and she feels like this motion specifically works to keep any resident with a commercial financial interest in the community from participating. We do benefit from having a varied pool of participants in our community. It is our strong belief that we should not create unnecessary limitations or burdens on our participants. It may give the appearance of the desire to exclude certain individuals. Thank you, Julie Gazetos, and with the also consent of our board. So thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Mr. Oden, sir.
Ray Oden, 16 Millbrook Avenue, 16.
Right?
Yes.
I think it's Otten, O-T-T-E-N.
Let me start off by saying what she said. Okay, that very eloquent. Thank you.
She wrote it.
She's all you did was read it.
She is very eloquent, I will say that much.
Yeah, I was looking at that, and another motion too, which is number L, or letter L. I have questions on them, which I understand you guys don't have to answer. But as far as the disclosures, financial interests, I hereby propose, if that's going to happen, that first of all, those members on the committee get to see the conflict of interest form first, before it's put into rules and regulations. We should be able to see. I'm on a number of committees, panels, groups. I'm a resident here who really gives a damn about our village. So I'm involved in a lot of stuff. I want to see what this conflict of interest is. Because first of all, we have an ADA committee coming up, and one of the members, I believe, and one of the participants, and one of the big pushes behind it is CDTA, correct? CDTA doesn't make any profits off the people in this village, do they? So they cannot be involved unless they give us a conflict of interest form. CDTA is involved in other things in this village. Maybe not in the ADA, but they're involved in a lot of things in this village. And we're just talking about getting bus stops in and things like that. Don't look confused, Liz. That's what we've been talking about. If we have an event in the village and Mr. Biddle's workplace happens to benefit from selling sandwiches and pizzas to our village residents during these events, he can't be on the committee because he's personally getting money from that. How does that work? Okay, if I am building birdhouses and I'm gonna put them into the mix, I should be able to get compensated for my time and effort and supplies to make those birdhouses. There's a lot of different things that people give their time and efforts to that they should be compensated for. Now, we do this and, oh, we can't do that. Does this also refer to things like, oh, say sidewalks? Where if we put in a sidewalk, we get money back from the village, so we can't be on the board and do that. So people that have talked about putting a sidewalk into their house, they can't be on a committee because they're going to get money back from the village. So that's a conflict of interest, in my opinion. Okay, which is not, this lady's here. Carla, hi. It just doesn't make sense to me. Okay, as the letter said, you're going to eliminate a lot of people from these committees. I don't understand that. The other motion L, that the mayor be required to inform all Village of Ballston Spa trustees via email of the dates he or she plans. If you're going to do it for one, every one of you, you said, oh, sometimes we have weekend plans. Well, they better get to everybody with the dates and times that you'll be back. Yeah. You guys are part-time employees. Why would you need that? He's got a phone. You got a phone. We can call you if there's a problem. I don't understand why. Okay, well, I do understand why, because things like this are of a very personal nature. Everything that comes up in front of this board is 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, 3-2. And that goes without saying. We know anything that's brought up is going to be a 3-2. Am I wrong? I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. I enjoy working on committees. I enjoy working with folks when it's productive. But this kind of stuff doesn't make sense to me.
20 seconds, right?
Okay. I guess that's it. I mean, it's just silly to me to go after one person when all of you should be giving this, if that's going to be the case. Everybody should be out there. In fact, it should be on the website so we all know when to get a hold of people. And by the way, there were 2 tremors in this area in the last 2 days. We might have an earthquake. How many of you have gotten your training to handle that problem? I don't see any hands. You know, oh, he's being ridiculous. I was told at a meeting this week, squeaky wheel gets the grease. I've been squeaking for a long time about this. I've been squeaking about the parking on the end of Middlebrook Avenue. But if I squeak about a tree and the stump getting removed, that gets done right away. I don't get it.
Thank you, Ray.
Sure.
Next up, I see Lisa.
Lisa Spidell, 106 Prospect Street. I'm going to keep this kind of brief and to the point because I have a lot.
Just make sure you're right in. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
I'm going to do an outline of some of the concerns on the agenda that I have. Item A, I'm not thrilled about the noise that this is going to cause. I'm not a big truck person, but I'm assuming it's going to be some noise for those of us that live around there. On 2 subsequent days to late hours at night. And my main concern is the disruption to the wildlife. There's a lot of that in the area as well. Those are just my thoughts, and I get it. You know, you don't buy a house near train tracks if you don't like trains. You get it. I just wanted to share my thought. Item D, we need to address that and discuss it. I think it's a good agenda item. We need it. We all use water and we use it. Item E, more info. I don't know anything about that, so I'd just like some more info on that. Item F is, I don't even know what item F is. There's so many items.
Openings and committees.
Oh, isn't this already being done? I've heard in the past year from all those listed, plus some. Friends of Cateros, PSBPA, Arts Committee, birdhouses, et cetera. We can go on and on. We heard about the school tonight with the after prom. It takes a long time on an already extended agenda to fit all this in. We're here forever. We don't need to be adding this stuff in. What is the purpose of the liaison report? Isn't that covering it? It's a waste of time. Item K, we need more discussion on the spring, in my opinion. Why does it need moved? Is it currently working? Are people requesting it to be moved? Does anyone use it? Is it as a necessity, considering we have the old Iron Spring? Maybe it would be better utilized as open space because that's part that we're using for movies, that type of stuff. Maybe we don't need a spring. And my thought on that is if you're placing a spring on the northeast corner, it's a recipe for disaster. That's the corner, if I'm thinking correctly, where you got two streets. Thinking ahead, you got some drunk or you have somebody doing something wrong and they want to cram into a crowd to hurt people. Perfect way to do it. And what's the damage going to cause and how much is that going to be to fix it? It's going to be an expense to the taxpayer. Just my thoughts. Item L. Overstep. Waste of everyone's time to even have this on the agenda. It's just way overreach. We have deputy mayor in case of an event where the mayor can't step in. Please explain the reason for this agenda item. What's the reason behind it? What purpose does it serve? It seems crazy excessive. And then item M is also, it's overreach. If somebody has a few $100 extra bucks, like you don't want to give it to me, like throw it into an activity with the village. We'll take it because it's good for everybody out. Let it go. If it's $1,000, $1 million, thousands of dollars, yeah, maybe that's something special interest should be addressed, but a couple $100 here and there, let it go. It's crazy. I'd like an update on the forest management. Cutting was supposed to start the end of February.
What's all you're talking?
The forest management in town Milton.
What's hollow? Yeah, okay.
Yes, what help? Just nothing. And I didn't hear anything on the Parks Board. Has any planning begun for an Arbor Day celebration and planting? Because that's Friday, April 28th. First day of spring is March 20th. Kind of like to plan ahead on that because the tree that was planted last year, I believe, is dead. So like maybe some planning would be good. Thanks, Ray, last week for the safer stairs by the Springs Line Park there entrance to Disco Trail entrance. I've been walking again. They're horrific. They're not safe for anybody, especially with the weather. Like it's just, my end is good, the other end not so much. And it would be great to be able to walk. I don't like to do the hills, so I take the trails and it works better for me. There was another gentleman that brought up the topic of our flag.
20 seconds, Lisa.
All right. Our flag, thank you for that, because if you're not going to follow the flag code, don't fly it. And lastly, last week with the question about the jobs and whatnot and the description, I'm a civil servant myself. Any job description with civil service has in it, performs a variety of relative activities as required. It also says now, typical work activities are intended only as illustrations of possible types of work that might be appropriately assigned to an incumbent of this title. And that can go on and on. But my thing is this. When employees are asking for help because things are changing, new things are happening and they're burdened and they need help, help them. Give them that, because that people that help each other as a team, even if it's not their job, that's important. It shouldn't have even went on to that.
Lisa.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Let's go, Judy. I saw her hand first.
Okay, Judy Esposito, 48 Chapman Street. And I'm just referring to what Lisa said about Article K or Motion K. Several weeks ago, it was proposed by the Park and Tree Board that while the construction is being done on Front Street with the water and sewer lines, that we take that opportunity to move the Sand Sushi Spring, which has been in the park for over 100 years. And the proposal was actually made several years ago by the Rotary Club, who wanted to move the spring to the Front Street corner of Front Street and Low Street. And that would provide a closer area so that people who want to get the mineral waters from the spring can pull up there and get it. And it also would open up the area to have more room for the farmers market vendors. The spring has not been working. There is a leak somewhere in the pipe, so they had turned it off or shut it down several years ago. It hasn't been running for at least 3 or 4 years. So it was causing some flooding problems. And I don't know if that has been discovered yet where that is, but we as a committee are proposing that it be moved, even if it's not, a building is not yet, ready for construction, or we don't have a grant or the money's for it, that it can be moved, capped off, and then in the future be available for the replacement or construction. And that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Judy. Also, I want to go back for a second to Lisa's question about what's hollow. I didn't mean to avoid that, Lisa. We are still under contract for cutting. Next month is probably the time it'll occur. That was planned. I know Bob Rice from LUMAC discussed things with Ben to rest his mind at ease about some of his concerns. And he's done that with a lot of people. And so we appreciate his time and extra effort with this. We are just at this point discussing matters with Milton, and that's all I can really say at this point. Updates can be provided as we can provide them with respect to that. But I will say also that I did let Mayor Kim in Saratoga Springs know what our plans were, and they have an adjacent piece next to Woods Hollow that has not been managed in quite maybe literally a century is what the thought is. And Bob was going to be reaching out to Mayor Kim to see if they had any intention, because Mayor Kim actually wanted to know what our plans were based on hearing what was going on with respect to this. So it would be good if everything could be handled in one foul swoop so that there's less risk involved ultimately, and that entirety of that forest and what's connected to our forest would be taken care of at the same time. So don't know what they're going to do. I just thought I'd offer that as something else that came up in this discussion as well.
Which direction is their portion?
Toward Route 50, basically.
Okay, and behind and over to 50.
Yes. Okay, Anna, I think your hand was up, but Donna. Okay.
Anna Stanko, 32 Kent Street. Just a couple, going to reiterate a couple things. Motion F and H. I mean, I don't even understand why you have a motion on there. I mean, my first thought was, duh. I mean, you're going to post things on the website. Why are you wasting everybody's time by making a motion? And as far as H goes, I mean, I get an email once a year from the county administrator. Send me your annual report. How simple is that? Why are we wasting people's time with all this bureaucracy? Motion this, motion that. It seems like every week we come up with more of these nonsense motions that really don't make any sense. G, when are we going to see this ethics law? We keep hearing about it. I don't know if any of the public's seen this ethics law. What happened to running on transparency and letting the public know what's going on? Where is this ethics law, Ben? You're the one that's name is on this. I mean, I haven't seen it. I will be affected by an ethics law, I'm assuming, since I'm the chair of the zoning board. Many of these people in this room are on boards. Probably almost everyone in this room is on a board, or 2 or 3. I just don't understand why we haven't seen this ethics law, this proposed ethics law. We've got a motion to set a meeting for it, and nobody's even ever seen it. Motion L, I mean, really? Why don't you just put location services on your phone, Frank, and let them all track every time you go to the bathroom, for God's sakes. M, again, I agree with Julie, who wrote her letter. Come on, guys, really? I mean, are we not all adults? We have to report every single thing that you want us to do. I will tell you, you make this. I think you're going to see a big problem here. There are a lot of people in this village that like to attend events. There are not a lot of people in this village that like to work on events. You have a few that like to do a lot, like Ray, who's on so many boards. I do what I can. There are other people in this room that work their tail off to do things, and you're just trying to hamper them. You're really politicizing committee events, and I think it's bull crap. Thank you.
And if you like.
Okay. Sorry.
Donna Darderas, 64 Middle Street. I really debated a long time about whether I wanted to bring this up again or mention it, but Lisa kind of encouraged me because she did. I've been trying to come to as many of these meetings as I can and listen respectfully and hear what's going on. Sometimes I get upset, but nothing has ever upset me as much as the discussion around a part-time employment position that occurred 2 weeks ago. And it wasn't the discussion of should it be a temporary thing or a permanent or whatever. It was the fact that you talked about our village employees like they were just little pins on a Manning chart that had no feelings, did not deserve respect. I even printed out a copy of the public meetings law so I could read section 105, conduct of executive session, to see if that's something you could have gone into executive session on. You started talking about what we pay compared to what other villages pay, and who's doing what, and what's in whose job description, and who could take on additional duties. Our employees deserve more respect than you talking about things like that in front of the entire world, because anybody can go on one of our YouTube meetings and listen to that. I would ask that in the future, when you need to talk about something like that, you show the respect to our employees that you do it outside of a public meeting and decide, come to some sort of an agreement on how you're going to handle it. I'm upset again just thinking about it. Before I retired, I worked for the federal government for 40 years, and 30 plus of those years, I was a supervisor manager. I hope to hell that I never, ever treated any of my employees the way I felt the village employees were treated. They worked damn hard for us, and they deserve our respect. I don't know how much supervisory experience or training any of you sitting at that table, with the exception of Terry, might have had. But from what I observed last week, I would say it was minimal to none. And the other thing I want to say is one of the trustees made what I consider a very false equivalency that talked about the number of hours that they were putting in to being a village trustee compared to what their yearly stipend is. That is such a false equivalency. You're not using that stipend to pay rent or mortgage, to buy groceries, to buy health care, to do any of the things that our employees have to do. So please, if you don't think you're getting paid enough for the work you're doing, resign. And let someone else that's willing, that sees it as a public service job, to take it over. And I thought a long time about before I said this. And if you do that, if you promise that we'll never have to listen to that type of a discussion again, I promise I'll sit here, I'll keep my mouth shut, I'll be respectful, and I'll listen to both sides of everything that's discussed up here. Thank you.
After what happened 2 weeks ago, I will be proposing in the budget that we all get 0% raises because we don't deserve a damn thing after what happened 2 weeks ago. That's all I'll say. Peter?
Took everything I said right out of my mouth. Peter Martin, 20 Chesterwood Court. Everything Donna said, I was gonna say pretty much the same thing. You belittled our employees, as you call them. So all I'm gonna say at this point, let's not call them employees anymore. Let's call them associates. They deserve to be treated better than what you did 2 weeks ago. Okay, the ethics, whatever's going on with the ethics law. First, thank you for coming and doing this. I didn't know if I was going to make it in time. That committee we were on is a very, very good committee. 3 Democrats, 2 Republicans, and we couldn't agree more about everything, correct? Correct. Why aren't we putting this stuff on our website? I'm asking every week, where is this? Put our original draft on there. Then I want to put all the changes that you want to make on there, because those changes are whacked out. So I want our draft put on the website that we came up with. And I want all your changes that you're putting up there, because it's ridiculous what you want to do. Just ridiculous. Letter M, whoever brought that up. I mean, it makes no sense. Or the consequences that's going to come from that. What Julie wrote about that was 100% true. It just doesn't make any sense what you want to do. None of it does. And then letter L, you can't call the mayor. And why we pick it on the mayor, I don't know. He's out of town, something comes up, hey, text him. He'll get back to you, and he'll get back to me. I'm sure he'll get back to you guys. But this ethics thing, I want to see it if we can. Carla, I don't know if we can do it or not. I want it online, our draft, and all the corrections that you're making. I want everybody to see what a joke it is.
Yay.
Carla, point of information, can we do that in your opinion?
You can. There's nothing precluding you from putting it up there. Generally speaking, we don't have draft laws up there until they're ready to go to the public, but there's nothing precluding you from doing so.
Thank you. We'll work on that then. Next up, anybody else in the room? Mary.
Oh, Mary. 15 McLean Street.
Good and loud for me. I just want to make sure we can hear you.
Okay. And again, I bring up letter M or motion M. A lot of the things done in this village are done by volunteers, and a lot of volunteers, you know, their children and their grandchildren follow in their footsteps, and they want to be a part of the community. And that's what this community is all about. I think it's going to hurt a lot of people who otherwise aren't going to participate. We have people from all different walks of life. They deserve to be a part of the community without having to worry about filling out forms and, you know, who they know that it's too difficult. So I just hope, you know, the recommendations by the ethics committee is great. I hope you guys listen to it, follow it. And I think, what's your name? Listen, I'm so nervous. I listened to the meeting last week, and I felt so bad for Barbara, and she didn't deserve that. If she's working 70 hours a week, I believe that she is. It's, you know, I think she did deserve more respect than that. And I apologize on her behalf, or, you know, for her that, you know, she was treated like that.
I was proud of her in an aside on an email from last week. I think there was an exchange between you and you, Ben, and her. And she stated, and I'm not working this weekend. And I was like, you go enjoy yourself a little bit. She deserves that. Anybody else in the room? Yes, Bob.
Bob Bush, 71 Church Ave. We all made some very good points. The letter that was written, that was wrote from Julia. You guys gotta listen to that letter. I was on that ethics thing. You bring up a very good point. That all that should be on the website, so the public can see what actually goes on. What we actually came up with, what we recommended compared to all changes and stuff that this ethics is supposed to do. This ethics is for you guys, the board. It isn't for us. And you guys want to make all these different changes. I saw the same thing he saw. You guys really need to pay attention to that. One other thing about the sidewalk wall. All these laws you guys are changing one. I think you're putting the cart before the horse, because how are you going to enforce these laws? I would think you'd want to enforce the laws you currently have, because right now you don't have any enforcement. You can sidewalks, anyone can not shovel their sidewalks, anyone can have a ripped up sidewalk and nothing happens to them. When someone makes a big, huge stink about it, which is how it should be, perhaps that's what you guys want. Going through this agenda, I gotta tell you, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed by a lot of these things. Water issues, the only thing that's actually, you guys are actually moving forward, so I think you guys can do a lot better with that. I've mentioned in the past, you guys know how I feel about that, about putting money towards the future versus right now, because you guys are, my kids and grandkids are going to be worried about how to pay for this stuff in the future, because you guys got no plan for that. No plan at all. You guys are depending on grants that may or may not be there. Number H, the presentations. Don't you guys have presentations with all these departments? You really need to have number H. To me, it makes no sense. You guys are trying to do things, duplicate things all the time, and you get nothing done when you duplicate things. You waste the public's time and your time. Letter K, I think you need to look more into about that spring than just assume that you can just put it wherever you want to put it. L, come on, guys, can we be adults here? The mayor, if you're going to do that for the mayor, every one of you should be doing the same damn thing, not just the mayor. It's ridiculous. And M, you guys are doing a disservice to the public by having that motion, for the simple fact that it discourages people from wanting to do it. Because not everyone wants to disclose everything they have. No, that's not because you're hiding everything, because it's really none of your damn business. It's none of the public's business what the person has interests and stuff like that. If they're in the committee and things start showing where they have an interest in all that stuff, you have an ethics committee to take care of it. Do you not? All right, you have an ethics code that you're going to be passing for that. One other point I wanted to bring up here was you guys talked about the length over time. You guys talked about how long these meetings go. How many motions do you have on this agenda? 13, correct? Yep. How many of them are been by one person? Ben, you have 7 motions on here. That's over 50% of this is your motions. And you guys got rid of one public comment, and you struck down 1 minute of the public talking, because you feel that the public is the reason why these meetings are going so long, not how many motions we have in here. Before, I think it was you, Sean, I mentioned that we never had these many motions in the past. I propose you guys make a motion perhaps next meeting that you limit the amount of motions that you guys can put on this agenda. Make a number, 5, 10, whatever it may be. Because that's the reason why these meetings are going so long. Not because of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Anybody else in the room that would like to speak? Let's go to the phone lines, as they used to say. Keith Lewis is first up. Go, Keith.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Keith Lewis, 38 East High Street. 2 things. One, for the question about the ethics proposed code, it's been on the website, the village website, at least since early December. That's when I did a Google search for ethics code, Village of Ballston Spa, and it came up proposed ethics. I sent that to you, Ann Danko. I sent it to all the board members as well. So I've been looking at it for a few months. Second, on the M, I think, which is the mayor advising the trustees. I agree. I think all the trustees should probably advise, and maybe you can adjust that. But I think it's important for the mayor to inform people when he's out of town for a few reasons. One, of course, transparency, because an elected official, the mayor's accountable to the public. And by informing people when he's out of town, he's being more transparent. Two is availability. He has a lot of responsibilities. He makes important decisions. There are times when there's urgent issues that will come up in the community. If he's out of town, it may be difficult for people to reach him. And many of us reach out to any of those officials that are on the board to speak to them about things if things come up and there's an emergency. And I think it's just appropriate to let them know when he's away so that they can plan accordingly. And then lastly is really safety for all of us. I think that part of the job is making sure that we're all safe here. And as Ray Otten keeps on reminding about the emergency, the training that everyone should have, and I agree with that. We should have crisis management plans because we never know when something's going to happen. That security, I feel more secure knowing that when there are people out of town that have say on the village, that there are other people ready to step in. So that's number one. Number two, on this idea of different boards having disclosure, I think it's really important for us to understand this was about financial disclosure of interest, financial interest. And I think it's important for that because you always want to avoid conflicts of interest. Members on even advisory boards may be called upon to make recommendations or provide guidance on matters that could impact their own financial interests. And by disclosing their financial interests, members can identify potential conflicts of interest and take steps to mitigate them. I don't think it prevents people, but I think that transparency is really important in order for people to feel secure with their government. And it does provide more transparency. It does allow us to know that our decision makers are disclosing any kind of conflicts that might go into what is happening around us. It also upholds us to ethical standards because as you read in the ethics law, there are a number of different things that we need to make sure that people are adhering to. And even our advisory boards are subject to codes of ethics that require members to disclose personal financial interests. And by complying with these standards, they help ensure that they're acting with integrity. And I would think anyone on any of those boards would want to make sure that they are being thought of that way. It builds trust. And I think that that is a good thing in all government for us to have trust. And lastly, I too agree that personnel issues, I always thought were meant to be kept in executive session. I think that's the appropriate place for them to go on. It was uncomfortable for everyone, and it was unnecessary. And I hope that that lesson is learned and not repeated. Thank you.
Thank you. And Christine Fitzpatrick, I will talk. There we go. Christine, unmute and go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can. Go right ahead.
Christine Fitzpatrick, 31 Chapman Street. I'm surprised, and my reference is to item H and item F on this agenda. I am surprised that starting in January, I'm both surprised and disappointed that we did not have department heads and various people who are talking about what it is that they have done in the past year. This was a system that was set up I think last year. We did it at a certain period of time because it was very informative. It was very good for the public to hear while we were making a budget, what various members and departments did. This was a concept that actually was brought to us by Kevin Crowe, because he asked to talk about what the fire department contributed to our community in the course of a year. And he gave this report, and it was very positively received. And we decided to spread the wealth, if you will, and ask other departments to do it. I think, to Anna's point, and somebody else who said it, or maybe Bob, why is it on here? Why are these things on here? And I think that they are on here because these things are not happening. They're being made. We have a resolution because while we did these things and they were effective, they're not happening now. This would be the time when we would be hearing these reports from the various departments. So I think that's one of the reasons we're putting things in resolution, because some of us are not seeing things being done that were productive. And the other thing, so in both the cases of F and H, I think that is the case. I have to also say that right in the personnel drive, the personnel file on your drive is a template that I know it's there because I developed it and saved it, which was given to every department head to allow them to report about their department, and that those were then posted on the website after they delivered their tenure. After they delivered their report. I would also say that the village employees, while they were a little hesitant to do this, found it very, very helpful to be able to talk about what it is that they were doing that was contributing to the community. And that template, can be used. And I just told you where you can find it. The last thing I will say is that in number 8, you talk about all the departments, DPW, fire, police, village hall, clerk and administrator, and you leave out the library. Now, that's a little close to, a matter close to my heart. Nobody working harder than the people at the library to make things better and change. So please add them in. And I'm sure that Andrea Simmons would be happy to come and talk to you and tell you about the things that we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else in the room at this point?
Yeah.
Gina Morosi.
I really was hoping I wouldn't have to do this, but.
Name and address, please.
Gina Morosi, 10 Old Glory Lane.
Morosi.
10 with an M. Thank you. I have a couple topics I'd like to address. The first one being the ADUs. When we last spoke about ADUs, Liz, I strongly suggested that your approach was rewarding bad behavior. You don't seem to be hearing me, so now I'm forced to get a little more specific. To my knowledge, and I'm saying to my knowledge, there was only one property owner in the village that applied for an ADU, was denied the variance, and built the unit anyways. That property belongs to a family of your good friend. I have foiled for and received the application, the board minutes, the denial, the recent inspection, and finding that an illegal unit does in fact exist. Once again, instead of you condemning the bad behavior of this person and holding them accountable for disregarding the rules, you're rewarding it. This whole thing smacks of a political favor, an ethics violation, and a potential lawsuit to the village. Why is it acceptable for your friends to disregard the rules, yet everyone else has to go through the proper channels? Just an FYI for you, the last time a resident did this, ignored the rules, and built a building without permission, they were fined thousands of dollars. Why is it that they're held accountable, but your friend won't be?
reconsider what you're doing and step away from it because you have a direct conflict. Motion L. I'm just amazed by this one, Liz. And I firmly believe that you and Ben have a contest to see who can make the most outrageous, offensive motion for each meeting. I asked and learned that almost all communication between the mayor and the trustees is done through email. This being the case, does it really matter where the mayor is? Does he not get back to you in a timely manner, no matter where he is? It's not like you stop in and plop yourself down in a chair in his office and chat with him on the regular. Are you worried about who's in control of the nuclear codes? What's the issue here? I think you can all agree that your emails, their main form of communication, is dealt with in a timely manner, whether the mayor is in his office, in his home, or in Timbuktu. Business carries on. And are we all aware that we have the process of a deputy mayor who steps in if the mayor isn't unable to be here? So everything carries on. I don't understand this motion. I find it to be intrusive, inflammatory, harassing, and a violation of one's privacy, not to mention a total waste of our time. Have you forgotten that the position of mayor is a part-time position? And nowhere in the mayor's job description does it state that he must check in with you. What's next, Liz? Will the mayor have to report his bathroom visits? Every day, I understand more and more Mayor Woolbright's decision to resign. He stated that yours and Ben's behavior are the reason for his departure, and now I get it. Is this the end game for you guys? Is that what you're trying to do, chase away another mayor? Please stop wasting our time. Stop this childish behavior. Just stop. Motion M. The definition of a volunteer. A person who freely offers to take on a task. A person who works for an organization without being paid. Knowing this, where would there be the conflict you speak of, Ben? Learn from your past and stop the micromanaging. Tell me, if a person is a volunteer and refuses to fill out your paperwork, will they be fired for being a volunteer?
1 minute.
Lastly, Ben, if you're so concerned with conflicts of interest as you seem to be, please look at the conflict created by Liz and her nonstop insistence on the ADU legislation and how her friend will benefit greatly from her pushing of this. There's a conflict for you. Thank you.
In the room? Seeing none, we will move on to motion time. Or excuse me, I always do this. Christine can't talk again, so that's the only hand that's up. But comments, board comments, et cetera. Sorry about that.
I have a few responses for people. When it comes to the specific motions, I'll just wait until we get to that motion and then address the issues just for sake of time. In terms of the discussion for the staff, the meeting 2 weeks ago that I missed, before that meeting, Liz, myself, and Sean repeatedly requested that the discussion occur in executive session, and the mayor refused to do that. And we knew that what happened would have happened. It was entirely predictable, and we wanted to avoid that. And we tried our best to have an executive session for that event. Emergency services, events, in addition to getting these internet trainings, which are somewhat generic. I was a director of the Stillwater Community Center a number of years ago, and we actually had a regular emergency meeting of the village, the town, the involved agencies in the county. That's what I suggest we do at this village level is what we really need is to get all the emergency responders together and talk about whose role is what are we, how are we going to coordinate, what are the resources. That'll get us a lot further than a generic training. A generic training is also good to have your basics so you understand how the emergency system works. But we also need that kind of local planning. And so I suggest some of us, both on the board and in the community, potentially can work on that. Sidewalk enforcement is, we're all going to have to potentially create policies about it. That's ultimately the mayor's responsibility to enforce sidewalk law. As many people in the audience have said, it's been a failed model. It doesn't work, hasn't worked. It would require a very significant change in how business is done. That's one reason I continue to think that the sidewalk should be treated the same as roads, where we all pay in and the village is responsible for fixing the sidewalks. I think it's a more viable model for making sure we have sidewalks that are decent. Motions, why so many? Christine hit the nail on the head. A number of these motions are only being done because the normal course of events that we would all expect to happen weren't happening. And very common sense things that should happen, that we all expected to happen, weren't happening, such as publicizing all committee openings, where it wasn't happening. I asked maybe 4 or 5 times, never happened. And so that's why you go to a motion. And then, I'm looking at the website. I can't find the ethics law. I assume it's there somewhere, but the website is very difficult to navigate. I don't see the ethics committee actually listed on here. And so that's something we wanted to address and add to the website, I'll suggest. All right, that's it for now. I have more on specific motions, but I'll talk about those when we get there. Thanks.
Carla, you and I have been having conversations about what transpired 2 weeks ago, and I do want to let you kind of correct the record here with respect to the employment situation versus the job creation that was actually the motion. Go right ahead.
Sure. So yes, we have been having conversations and the trustees have been having conversations online as well. The motion was the creation of a position. Case law says the creation of a position is not executive session material. Discussion of personnel employment, specific personnel employment and their employment history is subject to executive session. I was very clear when I advised the board that the motion that was on the table was not for executive session. The fact that it went into other parts, that was organic, that occurred that night. But I stand by my advice that the creation of a position is not executive session material, and there is case law on that.
And yet it was entirely predictable. And we knew that part of the conversation about whether to have an additional position or not was based partly on what's going on now, who's doing what, who's not doing what. Do we need another position, or do we need reorganization of positions? It would inevitably talk about existing positions and existing personnel. And that's why we were so fearful of having a public discussion. We knew that what happened was going to happen, and we wanted to avoid that.
And I think the turning point was when the mayor asked Barbara to describe the position. That was completely inappropriate. If he wanted to describe the position that he was proposing, he should have described it, not asked her.
I asked her to provide the details you were provided in an email and in a 70-minute meeting 3 days earlier, Liz. That was what she was asked to provide you.
It was inappropriate to ask.
No, it was
her.
not. It's actually the treasurer's, it is the treasurer's role to create the deputy treasurer position based on what her needs are at that point in time, or in that case was starting as accounting clerk, it became a deputy treasurer role. And so she is the correct person to ask. There is no specific personnel member called the deputy treasurer in this case. It was a creation of a position at that point in time. And there was a point where I did state out loud, can we talk about deputy treasurer, please? Because we were going off the rails and it was time to reel it back in before it went off the deep end. This is a reminder, and I don't appreciate this idea that you're going to ignore the advice of counsel given to you twice that stated flat out, it was not executive session material, but here's how it can be executive session material. And to point the finger essentially at everybody else but yourselves. We all knew where it could go. If that's the case, then you say, I reserve my other comment until executive session I would like to have later on, because it will be about individuals' job performance at that point in time. We are all adults here. It was all laid out for us. We should have all been better. All of us, all 5 of us, not just 1, not just 2, all 5 of us. Thank you, Carla. Anybody else in the comments?
And with that being said, let us move forward. As many of the public has asked, Donna, thank you for your comments. Let's continue this meeting to try to speak at a normal level. I feel we're going to risk raising voices later. So let's just be committed. Hold on, Liz. This is what happened last time. Are you ready to jump on the mic and then I'm not even finished? And so let's just move forward. Discuss. We disagree. We just disagree. Vote how you're going to vote and move on from there, because we cannot continue to have arguments and raised emotions. That's just not how we should conduct our business at this board on Monday evenings, especially when everybody wants to get home before it snows, okay?
Thank you. I wanted to just address the issue of the Arbor Day, that it is on their radar, and they'll be discussing celebrating Arbor Day in April.
Sean, your mic's on. Do you want to go?
Is everybody done?
Shouldn't matter. Go ahead, jump in.
All right. I guess I'm going to start with some of the motions. I know we try to wait for the particular ones, but I think there's some information that, maybe the public would benefit from. First, in regard to the events of last week, I agree. It was decidedly unprofessional on everyone's part. And the simple way to solve that problem is knowing absolutely with 100% certainty that we were going to go there, is to have an executive session first, and then at another meeting or out of executive session, discuss the motion of a position. That would have been the way to handle that. That was never offered. And I think Carla would agree that that would be a proper way to go about it if we knew we were going to go into job descriptions and staffing and, who's doing what. And I think moving forward, if this ever occurs again, that's exactly the way it should be handled. Now, I wanted to go to motion K. There was I actually had a long discussion with Jeff the last couple of days, and I have some information regarding that. I don't think there's really any issue as far as whether we relocate now or relocate later. It's pretty simply just it's a water pipe, and they can redirect that pipe wherever it needs to go. He would need, a more precise location if he was going to do it. And if there is it's fine where it is now. My understanding is that there really isn't a leaking issue. There's a drainage issue, which is that the current drain was clogged, and that's why it was leaking everywhere. That could easily be addressed. It's turned off right now because it's seasonally turned off, but they do have a methodology to turn it off. They have a valve. And again, it could be relocated. Speaking with Jeff, I think he's going to set up drainage in the northeast corner in the upcoming weeks and months, so that when we do finally make that transition, if that's the desired transition, that the drainage will already be set up there.
I think he was assuming the northwest position, to be honest with you, Sean. Yeah. So I'm not sure that northeast was right. He needs guidance and discussion, no doubt.
Yeah.
Not to interrupt you, I'm sorry.
Motion L. I've been here a while, and this is just a common practice that every mayor that I've had work that did. If they were going to be out of town, they just notified you. Whether they were going to be, in contact. And if they weren't in contact, they'd notify you that they weren't going to be in contact and the deputy mayor was the one to contact. It's just a simple professional courtesy so that we know what's going on. And in regards to whether or not why trustees haven't done it, is trustees can't make decisions about allocations of funds or allocations of staff. So there isn't, if we're out of town, it isn't like an employee is going to call us, hey, I need to fix this pipe. Is that okay? No, the only people that can do that are the mayor and then the deputy mayor if the mayor is unreachable. So this was done by Mayor Romano. He didn't have email, so it was always a memo. But Mayor Woolbright and Mayor Fitzpatrick would send out an email and let us know when they were going to be out of town. I do think it's a good professional courtesy that as trustees, we also send an email saying if we're going to be out of town or away and it might be difficult to reach us. I think that's an excellent professional courtesy. I guess I don't see what the resistance would be for being open and transparent. I guess I don't understand that. Now, motion M. I guess again, I'm kind of puzzled as to why we wouldn't want more transparency but want less transparency. A conflict of interest form is just simply transparency. That's all it is. And I agree, the depth at which it goes into your personal information, particularly financial, shouldn't be very deep at all, but it should identify if there's any obvious potential financial conflicts of interest. I don't think it needs to be a complex or long document. I would think we could do this in a page. Pretty simple. Even check boxes, make it even easier. But I don't see any reason, and given the fact that we spent so much time on ethics, I mean, I think this is a natural, organic next step is to have that type of transparency on our committees and boards. I've had to do this on a lot of organizations that I've been involved with for different, engineering organizations or clubs. If you're going to make presentations or speak at all, they want to make sure that you're not representing some sort of financial interest. So this is kind of a perfunctory type of thing that happens quite often.
Excuse me, could we?
Are we interrupting you, Liz?
There's a trustee talking. Could you please let him talk without interruption?
I can
He can speak for himself, I'm sure.
Yeah.
He's doing fine, and there's a reason we have volume on these things.
Right. So I guess I don't see the resistance to it. I do think that it should be appropriate in the amount of detail and financial and should not, should still respect certain rights to privacy. But I don't see anything wrong with this being just a generic form that everybody fills out. So it also provides guidance to, if you're not familiar with what's ethical and what's not, you find out when you start filling out the form okay, this would be bad, this is fine. I think it provides guidance as well. It gives people an understanding. So I don't see any problem with it.
You have a comment?
I would like to move the motions, but if you got something.
Oh, I'm sorry, just to follow up a little bit. I just want to explain, when we get to the motion to move the spring, I think I've been talking a lot with Sean and Frank and and with Jeff. And I think we're going to table that. And the reasoning is that, initially, I and a lot of people thought that what's happening on Front and Wiswall is timely to this motion. And the motion needs to be made so that we can save time and expense to put in the changes that need to be changes while everything's being dug up. Through further conversations, it became apparent that they're not digging down into the pipes on Front Street. And the Wiswall is a separate project from the Front Street, and that we should probably have the whole master plan sort of presented and approved as one. So there's no advantage to put it. It was really, the purpose was to inform DPW of our intentions potentially to move that spring so that they know to accommodate it. And they are now aware of this potential, and within the scope of work that they're doing now, they will keep that in mind. So that has been accomplished. But in addition, there's some feeling that the whole plan should be presented together before we vote on piecemeal. So I think we'll
And we're
take.
getting to that point.
Okay, so I think we'll table that motion for now, just to give you the rationale behind why it was presented and why we're bringing it back. The other thing I just want to say is, every single time someone says that former Mayor Larry Woolbright resigned because of someone on this board, I am going to respond and say, no, he actually resigned because he was taking every other week off, literally. And he realized that excuse me, your comment period is over. Your comment period is over. I'm not lying. I'm telling you what I know. Oh, I know what he said, and I think that was not the truth. What I'm saying is, he took off every other week, and he was not interested in doing what the job demanded. That's why he quit.
Wow.
Can we move
And
forward?
if you don't want me to say that, don't keep blaming me and Liz for why he quit.
This is inappropriate. Let's continue, please.
I will state. Can I borrow yours for you? Yeah, I think the battery's. Bernadette, the one thing I do want to say is, for those that want to say that Larry Woolbright quit, well, it's strange that he still helps us on a very regular basis in the office and does everything he can to help this village. And for anybody to keep saying that, there's going to be reckoning for that, because that's BS. You've done it to John Romano. You're doing it to Larry Woolbright. I don't sit here and say negative things about Christine Fitzpatrick's job. I may not give her all the benefit of the doubt and, blare it.
Excuse me, the mayor's talking.
I don't blare my trumpets about it necessarily, but I also don't denigrate the job that a former mayor did whatsoever. Let's begin to show that respect for people. The one thing I'm going to say, I do want to say this, folks. One thing the whole inside baseball track of being mayor, and you hear things, and I heard some of these rumblings before I even became mayor, but the one thing, excuse me, what is going on down here?
We're continuing this discussion. It was terrible that it was said. I appreciate what you're saying, Mary. You're finishing up the comments, but these two want to continue this conversation. And I think it's unbelievably inappropriate. We have motions to get to. Meeting is 9 o'clock right now. Let's wrap that part up and move on.
I just want to say this last point, if I can.
No, I'm not mad at you.
I appreciate that. Noah Shaw, who's somebody that I didn't necessarily, excuse me, both.
Very hot outside.
Thank you. Noah Shaw, who I didn't always see eye to eye with, I know for a fact said in the background of this whole thing, he would never say anything negative about John Romano because of the job he took on and the work. You just can't insult somebody that takes this position at the pay rate or whatever else you want to say. And he never complained one day about that fact. He always went backward in pay for a reason. And for any of us to denigrate any former mayor in this village is atrocious. Atrocious. The number of hours they're expected to work is crazy. We don't complain about it because at the end of the day, we all find our solace in desire to do certain things to help our community. But to speak badly of these people If Noah Shaw can understand that, and thank you, Noah, for having said that to folks out in different meetings behind the scenes. If Noah Shaw can say that, every one of us should abide by that fact, period. Let's move on.
Can we first rectify how many mics are over there?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, Sean, I need a mic.
Well, you have your mic.
No,
I will be grabbing, let's do this. When we get to the first discussion point, I'll run over and get the battery for the other one. Can I get a we got some slam dunks, I think, here. So can I get a motion that the Saratoga County Agricultural Society be granted permission to conduct a monster truck show at the fairgrounds on June 9th and 10th from 4 to 10 p.m. Proof of insurance has been provided.
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Cormos, Trustee Raymond, discussion. Lisa, I will bring it up, Jennifer. I have to talk to her about the fair schedule she sent me, and I'll just make sure that, that they're being respectful to the community up there as well. Okay, I will drop that note to her. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion that DPW be authorized to expend amount of $7,200 for rock salt? Wonder why?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Raymond, Trustee Baskin, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion that the resignation of Greg Pelletier be accepted and that he be removed from the roles of Eagle Mat Lee Fire Company #1 in the Ballston Spot Fire Department?
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Fontaine.
Second.
Trustee Cormos, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Probably gonna be walking at the microphone battery in a second here. Can I get a motion approving the request of LaBerge Group from February 8th, 2023 to allow their firm to assemble a bid package needed to solicit proposals for John Street water tank renovation, including the relocation of the cellular equipment on such tower to the top of the tank through the use of a quote corral or off the tank through the use of an external monopole.
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Fontaine. I will second it. Discussion. I do just want to disclose that we were sent a resolution to consider a little bit longer than this that we may want to go to eventually here, but at least for now, this motion is as is. Somebody go ahead and take a microphone, go with and I'll get battery. No, use mine. The one that use that one. Okay.
So, this particular motion, I didn't get a chance to actually read the proposal letter that was produced by Don Rhodes of the Burge Group until today and yesterday. And I kind of wanted to go through it because what it does is basically transforms our original scope of services into a different scope of services for the same fee, with my understanding. So I don't necessarily have a big issue with that, but the only problem, some of the things that they're leaving off of the original scope are critical to the future of our water infrastructure. And I would be fine with this, but I do think one item in particular in the original scope was, it was called task 1.5. And what that detailed was updating our hydraulic model, which is done in a software called WaterCAD. And also a second part of that task 1.5 was to analyze the impacts of any future growth that we may need to provide water service to. So as part of this transformation, they're dropping off that task. And I'm kind of in agreement that the WaterCAD model is probably not necessary because nothing's really changed at this point. And anything that does change, any attachments to water mains with any new development would probably be the responsibility of the developers. However, the increased demand and the increased output as part of that scope was to be analyzed and calculations made. So we know if we need to increase our capacity, do we have enough existing? And if we don't, do we need to increase it? Do we need to increase our storage capacity? And none of that's going to happen if we completely get rid of that task in its entirety. I did have some correspondence with Don today, and it didn't sound like he was necessarily open to putting that back in. However, I think that's vitally important that we have knowledge of that. And that was one of the major parts of the original RFP, was to identify what output capacity and what additional storage devices we might need as surrounding water districts grow and there's a greater demand. So I think that needs to go back in. And I don't know, I mean, obviously there have to be some discussion about negotiation of fee if he's saying, well, I'm going to do just this for that fee. But I don't want to see that not happen. And I'm not willing to vote on this until I've had assurances that will happen.
I agree that we need to have that part, and therefore I'm not going to vote on this one or vote no for that reason. And the fact is we were told that there could be a development of 300 homes up in Milton. That might be a possibility for us to serve. That would mean additional revenue to the village. There also might be increased number of residences within the village if Angelica gets developed, et cetera. So I think it's very important that, you know, as someone said this evening, that we plan for the future. I think it was Bob Bush, that we look at what the possibilities are in the next 10 years, 15, 20 years, and make sure we, plan for it and have plans to add capacity if we need it.
Ben, if I can just jump in, and I believe this works now, so everybody can hear me, right? I think we need to understand, and Don explained this today, how it works when we try to get somebody new onto the water system, especially from outside the village. We send a letter actually to Labella in each case, who determines water pressure, if it's sufficient over 35 PSI, or if it can be accepted by agency, and whether or not we have sufficient capacity in our system. Capacity is not our issue. It flat out from Labella's discussions and LaBerge's discussions. However, as Don pointed out, when it comes to, for instance, the Iron Spring project in the town of Milton, which had its own issues along the way because of how we said we would accept dedication of a main that we shouldn't have been accepting dedication of without a water district being formed and taking it. They should have been taking it. But the developer paid for those pieces and put in escrows. That's the way you handle it. And then our engineer goes and examines it and comes back with the details. This was happening with Liberty Hills and other possible water districts in Ballston Spa, ultimately, or town of Milton, excuse me, in town of Milton fronted the money to the village of Ballston Spa for Labella to do their engineering research, et cetera. So realistically, Don's right, that's the order of events is supposed to happen. I spoke with Joe Lanero, who is our lead engineer at Labella. And I just wanted, just for those, because I see a lot of faces questioning, Labella, LaBerge. Labella is our day-to-day engineer. LaBerge was our water feasibility engineering company. And Don Rhodes works for LaBerge. Joe Lanero works for Labella. So there you go. Joe Lanero, I asked today, what would you be charging us to do an RFP and bid process with respect to the John Street Water Tower? I had asked him actually last week, gave him the report on John Street Tower. And his answer, when I pressed him a little bit today, because I knew it would be relevant to tonight's meeting, is give or take $45,000. His problem with the whole thing was that the cell tower equipment could be more of a problem for their perspective on how to handle it exactly, so it could have pushed the number up. I explained to him the offer from LaBerge, which was essentially we had a $30,000 contract with LaBerge for a report, water report. That water report was intended to make us grant ready or grant worthy. Don Rhodes says there is nothing he's going to be able to do in that water report to make us grant worthy because of our water rates and our other issues in our water system right now. Things like whether or not we can account for EDUs in number of users and outside inside issues like the water district issues and the lack of contracts, the outside users, things that we can rectify. But we already know we have these issues and we're working on them, for instance, with Milton and asking them to consolidate their water districts in their entire R1s. So I said to them, instead of producing us that report, which they feel will just sit on a shelf and collect dust and not make us grant worthy, they've offered to do this work, which was bid packages needed to solicit proposals for John Street tank renovation, and let a report to document water account expenses and income associated with outside and inside village users for essentially free, or not free per se, but in exchange for the other service. Joe Lanero said, run, don't walk. And that's a competitor saying that. Basically saying, as far as LaBelle is concerned, they have more work they can shake than they can shake a stick at. And organizations like yours are poaching their employees, apparently, throughout the state, DOT, DOH, et cetera. And so they're not even accepting new clients right now at LaBelle, like he told me. That's how busy they are. And with respect to LaBerge, in that offer, he said it was a great offer, which I thank him for his candor, because how often do you hear a competitor actually say that in that type of situation? And for me, at this point, I've seen everything I need to see, read everything I need to read. We need to get this John Street water tower moving, because until we figure out exactly what we're doing with cell equipment, I can't go renegotiate a cell contract because we need to know exactly what we're doing with it and how. We can't go and figure out our financing because we don't know how much money is there. We have ARPA money that is left over. We know we have some level of it. We're trying to figure out exactly how much, because our internal bookkeeping and our external bookkeeping have a difference of opinion on that right now, unfortunately. But we have ARPA money left that would be applicable to this payment that we will need to make towards some of this water tower activity. We owe it to the residents once and for all to do this, to get at least this much done. The John Street Tower is now $1.06 million when it was $300,000 probably 5 years ago, according to Don and his professional that he had discussed it with us a few weeks back. So that should give you a pretty good landscape of where we are and why I push this forward. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, so this, in my opinion, is very likely that eventually this is more or less exactly the motion that we might all feel comfortable passing. To me, this is an example of a motion that would be helpful to have before Friday afternoon so that we could all discuss it before the meeting. Mr. Mayor, you're generally like 2 weeks ahead of the rest of us in terms of conversations, discussion. But that letter's from February 8th, Ben. The letters, we've seen the letters, but we haven't decided on a response to the letters. Like, we haven't as a group said, yes, let's change the contract. We haven't gotten that far yet. So I think we may get there exactly where you are now. But I guess I'm feeling like we haven't had that prior conversation to commit to this motion yet. And therefore, I wouldn't mind having that conversation before we vote on this motion, in anticipation that in 2 weeks we would do something to move forward like this.
So I don't disagree with anything the mayor said.
Thank you.
I do think this is a great deal. However, until I have in writing assurances that the 300 plus single unit developments plus the commercial development of the Route 50 corridor, both in Milton, that we have analyzed it and know that we have sufficient capacity. And I'm also saying storage capacity, because I understand what Don's saying, but there is no developer that is going to say, hey, you know, turns out we need more storage, so you need to upsize your tank or put a new tank in. It's going to cost $2 million. That's on you to put in. But that's never happened. That's just realistically never happened. So if he can write something ensuring that our current water demand and output is going to satisfy what's proposed, I would have no issue. And I would say maybe we table that. He gives us that written assurance, and then I would be happy to vote on this.
But can I say one thing too? I'm more concerned about our 1,700 in the village meters right now and the 500 plus additional meters outside that we have existing on the system. I'm not worried about 300 additional people that we're not guaranteeing water to until we know we have that capacity at that point in time. The John Street Tower, if it fails, then we're not just worried about those 300 people, we're worried about everybody at that point for some reason if we don't get this done. I'm concerned, legitimately concerned after seeing and hearing everything I saw and heard in that meeting, that we need to do something in 2024 without a doubt, and that means that we have to figure out some things first about what's on that tower, where to put it, get those contracts renegotiated. It's a lot of work coming up for everybody involved here, Sean, and that's why my concern is to do it now.
It's not an either or situation, which we could negotiate this contract and change the fee to include that. That is also a possibility. It's not an either or. I just don't, in regards to what Don said, I'm kind of super confused because he's the one that wrote the proposal and wrote the exact things that I stated. So if he's saying that's not what you do, then why would he say that's what we're going to do?
You lost me there a little bit.
He said that's what we needed to do.
He said they were going to provide a HydroCAD model and also analyze the impacts of future build out. Why would he put that in a scope of work if that's something that would never be done?
His belief is that we are floating on water, honestly, that our capacity is way over what our usage is. And then
that's great.
And if we find low water leaks as well at some point too.
That is great. But does he know, can you tell me how much 300 single units of water what the demand capacity for that is? Did Don give you a number? So it's all pure speculation without hard numbers. It's pure speculation.
60% of our users are at minimum. Okay. And so if you assume just averaging out 30,000 gallons per 300 users per period, which is really 60,000, what is that, 1.8 million? Or is that, no, it's the 118 million, excuse me, which is 9% of our water meter usage. 9%.
Right. We also have to have a minimum reserve requirement by the Department of Health.
Right. What we're realizing is we're probably about at least 50% short of where we need to be, or where we would have an issue ultimately.
I guess I don't know what the resistance of a couple pages of calculations to determine an estimate of that demand and whether or not our existing capacity can do it would be such an incredible heavy lift.
I think one of the things is that Don doesn't think that you guys actually want to work with them with some of the approach lately, to be honest with you. And so if you asked him in a face-to-face or a phone call, if you want to, go for it on that stuff. I'm sure his thing he said to me today, in fact, I reached out to him to see what his thoughts were, was I want to see the village succeed in this respect, with respect to the water, the tower, grants eventually, but he knows we can't currently, right, except for maybe federal stuff that I'll flag a little bit later on that he brought up. But that's his feeling. And I think the offer he made is actually consistent with that idea that, look, I'm not going to give you something you're not going to use. I want to give you something you can use because I know where the priority is. That water tower is the priority.
Yeah, I think there's a good conversation. I think we can come to a consensus. It's the fact that we're having this conversation at this meeting is just evidence that just a little more conversation needs to happen, and it can happen over the next week. And then I don't see any real damage in deciding what our approach will be towards Don's work between now and next meeting, so that a motion like this could be on the agenda next meeting.
Yeah, and I'd also like to throw one other thing in here, I mean, this is talking about the use of a corral or off the tank external monopole, just for information. Town of Ballston is selling their monopole because of the amount of work that they have to do, you know, versus the money that they earn, you know, to manage all those contracts and all of that. So I'd like to see us examine whether we even want cell equipment on our tower, be it, you know, are we going to definitely, you know, I want to see an analysis that shows, given the cost of a corral or a monopole, are we going to make money on this? And is it worth the administrative headache?
Corral is 120,000. We get $80,000 a year, give or take, on contracts each year. You tell me the math now. Bernadette, you've been quiet on this. Do you have any discussion you want to add?
I think Don has given us a lot of correspondence regarding this. I think we have enough to move forward. These are things that need to be done. Again, I'd like to see us move forward with a plan specifically regarding our tank. We've been talking about this for months, so I don't know why this is new to everybody. Let's move forward, please.
Sean, I'm going to hold you to the idea that you're going to reach out to him, complete the conversation. I think you're the one that's got the most to say about where this goes, so I'm going to rely on you.
I will absolutely reach out to him, and I think, you know, we could just table this for the next meeting, and I'm sure we can have this resolved so we can move forward with this. Again, I don't have any issue with this, but I do want some sort of assurance that we're not going to fall short on either output capacity or pump capacity or water storage capacity. And I think that's a simple matter of a few calculations based on what the proposed development is.
My guess is LaBella may even have that info for us at this point right now.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me.
They have our
Engineer
model.
does it. So
does somebody want to make a motion to table then?
That's fine. I'll make the motion.
Trustee Fandesa?
I'll second.
Trustee Cormos, all in favor of tabling?
Aye.
Opposed? I'll abstain. E, motion that the claim with respect to water meter issues be settled as discussed in executive session.
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Cormos.
Second.
Trustee Raymond, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Taking a motion that the village committees and board openings, including Park and Tree Board and Committee on the Arts, be posted on the village website and village Facebook page until filled, excuse me.
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Baskin.
Second.
Trustee Raymond, discussion.
So this is an example of a motion where I did request at least 4 times that openings that existed for months on the Park and Tree Board and the Committee on the Arts be publicized. The intention is not to take away the prerogative of the mayor to appoint ultimately those positions, but to increase the pool of people from which he can choose and to enable and allow as many people who are interested in that work to apply. And it will result in a better qualified applicant pool, which will then help the village accomplish more. So I think this is a non-controversial kind of motion that, again, I wouldn't have made if it had just been done in the course of business, but it wasn't being done. So that's why I have this motion.
So when it comes to my selections, ultimately, here's what I do. I go to the committee or board. I ask them their thoughts on where to go with it. If they want me to publicize it on my page, for instance, or on the village page, I'm happy to help out. But ultimately, I like to take a much more personal approach on who my appointees are and what information I want to discuss with them. And so to me, asking them to just email me their interest or have Jennifer collect it and send it over to me is probably the most efficient way and most personable way to handle it, so that I can reach out and say, hey, to the chair of the committee, here's what I've got in terms of people, any preference. And that's how this actually worked with the Committee on the Arts to get Emily ultimately on there, was a conversation and a meeting and I'm thrilled to get to know Emily. Actually, she tapped me on the shoulder and said Speckled Pig one night and wanted to introduce herself. And I was like, I just waiting to hear from Kate to make sure. Heard from Katie when I got back, and I was like, let's meet, let's do lunch or coffee or something. We did. And I feel like we have one more major friend who doesn't live in the village, but loves the village immensely. And that's my approach on it, Ben. And you can fault it if you want. If we have to resort to going to Facebook, et cetera, we go. But I try to make sure that we actually do kind of a TLC approach when I'm filling vacancies that I have the right to fill.
No, that's great. I don't intend to infringe on anything you've described just now. The only piece of that is at the very beginning of the process, we advertise so that people like Emily know that there's an opening. So for example, Emily found out through Facebook, it was either the Committee on the Arts Facebook page or one of the individuals on that committee posted that they were interested in having another member. That's how you get these people, so you can have your personal touch interaction with them is by recruiting them on mass media and social media. And so I applaud your hands-on approach, and this will complement that by bringing you increased applicant pool. Both those committees had requested for months to have their openings posted on the website, and it never happened. So that's why the motion's here. So yes, you should continue. I encourage you to continue what you're doing and just add this piece, which is to publicize widely so that we have a more open, inclusive government that has the best qualified candidates working with it.
Okay. Discussion's clear, I think. All in favor? Let's go roll call.
Aye.
Oh, no, roll call. That means the clerk does her job.
Trustee Raymond,
Aye.
trustee Baskin,
Aye.
trustee Cormos. Aye. Trustee Von Bainza.
No, please have it in the records that I think this is, again, just an additional overstep directing staff. Staff already has a lot of work to do. It seems like people are finding out enough about the open availabilities. Our meetings are online. People do watch them. I think there's enough information out there currently. Thanks.
Can we keep to the agenda, which has the discussion before the vote?
Excuse me, this is, yeah, that's roll, it's roll call.
Sorry, I'm allowed to explain my vote. That is something I am allowed to do. So
And appropriately, it should be during discussion.
no, that's not how that works. Thank
Votes.
you.
First, I'm going to have my vote registered. So would you like that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, please, Mayor Rossi.
I will abstain since it's about my appointments at the end of the day. Now, Carla, just to clarify, I believe Bernadette is correct that she can add any reason connected to her vote. Can she not?
If you're doing a roll call vote, you can absolutely explain your vote. Any trustee or member of the board is allowed to explain their vote.
Can you say that again, please?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Now we can. Yes, go.
Yeah, I apologize. My daughter decided to take a shower and it's hard for me to hear you now. So I'm trying to go through my headset. But yes, any member of the board is allowed to discuss the reason that they're voting at the time they're voting, as long as you're doing it as a roll call vote.
Thank you.
All right, my mistake. Thank you. Sorry.
G, can I get a motion to have a special meeting to finalize the draft ethics law? No other business will occur at this meeting. Date and time to be determined at this village board meeting.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Trustee Baskin, as a rule of thumb in discussion, you should never say no other business will occur at this meeting, because what if you have emergency business that could be used, that meeting could be used for, and you're not precluding it and having to do another special meeting because you precluded it in the first place. Just think that's a poor idea. Use the opportunities when you have them, ultimately.
Yeah, didn't we discuss, sorry, but didn't we discuss putting here? I feel so special. We did discuss combining special meetings and sidewalk and that.
Yeah, and so I think this is all kind of discombobulated now.
Yeah, so,
Business except emergencies.
well,
Define emergency.
I guess the impetus behind that phrase, and I would like to make a motion to amend this to include the sidewalk law, but the impetus behind it was that we had some special meetings during the day when we had to take time off from work, and without our knowledge, we found ourselves also spending time, and it wasn't a ton, but it had the potential to be significant, on other things we didn't anticipate. It was a total surprise to us when we showed up, and there were a whole number of additional issues.
There were never more than one or two, Ben. It was because, again, it was.
There might have been 3 or 4
meeting.
So, I mean, yeah, we can have some flexibility, I suppose, but we wouldn't want it, we'd appreciate having notice if you're intending to do other motions.
I always try to give you the agenda 24 hours in advance in that situation, which is usually we're a little bit more pressed time in those scenarios. But we're not trying to do a gotcha. We're trying to just get indispensable business done with in those situations. Right. So I apologize if you fell into
That's all right. It's particularly for me sensitive if it's during the day and I got to get back to work. So, but if it's in the evening, it's not as.
I think we've kind of tossed the idea of morning or daytime meetings, unless we absolutely have to do that.
Right. So do I make a motion now to amend this?
Well, before we even go there, when do you want this? Because we have workshops on the 6th, 7th, 8th. We have a regular meeting on the 13th.
Yes, we were talking about potentially, let me see, where are my notes? April 6th or 7th, and we can do it as early as 4:30. That's a Thursday or Friday. Will that work for all of us?
At what time?
April 6th or 7th, 4:30ish?
4:30 is better for Sean, I think.
I would avoid a Friday. I just think that.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking that maybe.
Sean needs his beauty sleep after a work week, please.
A lot. So 4-6 at 4:30? Okay.
At 4:30, you said?
4:30, yes.
Why don't we hold it in the village offices if it's that time, so we don't have to worry about it here.
Okay, great. And so that's the time, thank you. And then I'd like to add that we start with the sidewalk law, which should be the easier piece.
Well, I would also endeavor to say to you, please use email to lessen these issues. We may actually reach that point and not have any issues, and hopefully on the 13th, maybe even mark it up a public hearing at that point. I don't see what the overwhelming scenario is there. I got to look back at what additional comments never got input for you.
Yeah, what keeps happening is we submit comments and it doesn't get into quote unquote final draft.
And Carla's working on it. Again, to be fair, we have thrown 82 things at Carla, please.
Right. So I'm willing to do.
Carla's raising her hand. Hold on.
So what I'm willing to do is take the draft and put all the comments that do address the 13 remaining items and with track changes, so you see everything. And I'll send that to everybody, including Carla. And Carla, my request is that you use that as the subsequent version, because November is very outdated at this point.
Carla, the floor is yours. I hope your video works here.
I'm sorry, I'm having issues hearing you guys.
The
So
floor is
I
yours.
just want to verify that I understand what's going on. You're setting a meeting on either 4/6 or 4/7 at 4:30?
4/6.
April 6th.
4/7 is Good Friday and I am unable to attend.
We're doing the 6th.
The
Thursday.
6th
Holy Thursday?
is Holy Thursday, but if we can get out, I
The
should be able to
exposure of
attend
the Blessed
on
Sacrament issue.
4/6.
Yeah, I get it. She would need to be out by probably 5:30, most churches.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. 4/6, I am available for that.
All right.
And then I will do whatever you, again, I'm having a hard time hearing you folks. But I understand that you're going to present, compile everything and send it to me. And then you want me to compile it again, or I'm not entirely sure because I can't hear. So if you could just email me what you need me to do, I'm happy to do it.
Basically review and see if there's anything. You've already sent comments saying that basically the remaining issues are more policy than legal. And I think that's true for a number of, or the majority of these 13 items. It's not necessary that you necessarily chime in on the legal piece. But I'm willing to just put all these comments that we have into a single document rather than, having November and then Liz's and my document separate. It's harder to look at the whole thing. So I'll do that. I'll send it to you, Carla, and the rest of us. I don't know. And you just look at it, see if there's anything needs to be done before that next meeting.
Okay, yes, my
says,
understanding
audio is
and the way
playing.
I looked at it was they were all policy questions, not legal questions. So thank you.
Right. Thank
And
you.
I suggest, if you do that, then maybe we even, I don't know, like vote on them, and if we have consensus, we accept that.
That's true. We could do a process before April 6th. So let's talk about that process in email, this week. We can, once I send it out to everybody, you can see what's there and see where the differences remain and if we can resolve those over email.
To aid Carla, I've actually put her onto my phone without speaker. So Carla, still use your microphone to talk back to us when you're not listening to us. But is this better?
So much better. Thank you.
But that will happen, so we have to be careful of that.
But we'll keep April 6th, 4:30 on the books. Are you able to do any earlier, or that's really hard?
I mean, we can do 4.
All right, let's do 4, if that helps. All right. That
I'm
helps.
only gonna do 4 if we do it really fast, so we can still get out for happy hour.
You're buying. You are buying.
4
Okay.
o'clock Thursday, 6.
So you're looking to amend this motion to read, if I may, motion to have a special meeting to finalize the draft sidewalk law and draft ethics law. We'll omit the next sentence. Date and time to be 4 p.m. on April 6, 2023 at the village offices.
That sounds good.
Who was my first and second on that?
This was first.
Liz?
Yes.
You accept that?
Yes.
Second was Ben?
I accept it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. I get a motion that all village departments will provide once per year an annual report covering activities, successes, and challenges of preceding year, and present a verbal summary of this report at a village board meeting annually. These presentations will take place between January and March. Departments included in this motion are DPW, Fire, Police, Village Hall, including clerk and administrator.
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Baskin?
Second.
Trustee Cormos, discussion.
I would like to amend.
You should have told me before that.
No, I wasn't sure. Okay, sorry.
I'm kidding. Go ahead.
So to add libraries, my apologies for that oversight. And then also Jen suggested there'd be some flexibility with the schedule, and I'm open to that. March does get into budget season. I think the presentation should be towards the end of the year, beginning. So like maybe December to February in terms of a schedule.
Well, the only problem with that is that now that the official year will be changed, where it will be changed. It's from April 1st to January 1st. Do you want to put a potential change of administration in the middle of all those, or do you want to kind of?
Well, this lines up with that.
Well, no, not if it's December till necessarily.
I'd leave the January in.
Oh, so say keep it in January.
Honestly, I felt like the summer is the time we have probably the most flexibility on something like this. And then we've already had the workshops, at least.
The idea of doing it at the end of the year is so that people can summarize the entire year, and it helps, as Christine mentioned, helps them and helps us think about the next year and what might be needed, what was accomplished, what still needs to be accomplished. So I think at the end of a year is a nice time to do it. I understand March gets very busy, so I'm thinking it has worked out in the past where if they start in January, they can get through it, and it seemed to be a good experience for everybody. You want to just keep it in January, February?
I mean, if that's the alternative, I personally, I almost want a review of how their fiscal year went in May, June to a certain degree too. That seems to almost be, hey, we did well. Here's what we did the previous year. Here's what's planned after our budget got approved in the next year. But I mean, that's on you.
Well, it'll help us also to make that budget.
Oh, we're getting plenty of information. Don't you worry. Information overload right now.
Is there a reason we can't do it October through December?
Well, again, my preference is towards the end of the year where they can summarize a year's worth of work.
Well, that would be kind of towards the end of the calendar year.
No, but it feeds into budgeting. You know, it really helps for them to describe if they need a piece of equipment. Sorry, if they, you know, or they have major plans for the next year, and we can hear them describe what it is they need.
I think we're getting confused here. They make a presentation during the budget workshops where they ask for things they need. I think this presentation is more public oriented so that people understand what they actually do and everything they do and what they're responsible for.
Yeah.
I know that I find it helpful and informs the budget process, if not explicitly dollar amount, to know the level of activity that these people are doing, and that helps justify what they're requesting. So I find it informative, insightful to hear about their activities, you know, in going into the budget process.
Well, you've got.
Do you think perhaps we should table this and to discuss this with the actual departments, what they think might be useful?
This has been discussed with departments in the past, and they've been fine. It's happened the last 2 years without a motion. Because it didn't happen this year, again, I thought we should have a motion to just get it on the books and make it official, make sure it happens. I know this motion is really, the timing is for next year, but I'm still hoping that this year there are presentations at some point after, I guess, they get done with the budget. But
the differences are changing the official year this year, so that's never actually been encountered before. That's why Sean was saying October to December might make some sense to keep it in continuity. On the flip side, January, February would be at least in a new official year, but now everything's getting crammed kind of, and we already got the workshops to hear from them anyway. This is where it becomes a little bit chasing your tail scenario.
What we do December and January?
Again, I don't feel like crossing an official year is a smart idea, but.
Well, these are not like official presentations that get filed somewhere. It's basically just timing. It's just, they're basically at the end of the year. They know more or less what they've done that year. If they go December 15th or they're January 7th, it doesn't really matter, you know, substantively. It accomplishes the purpose of an end of year.
I'm not trying to be negative on you on this. We want to explain the implications a little bit, because when I first saw it, I was like, well, March,
March is not good.
but then December to January, another mini problem there. Now, how do you resolve it? There's no perfect way to do it. So you guys figure that out.
October.
I think we just leave it at January to March, and you try to get it into January, February, and just leave it. It should be with the administration that's going to be voting on that budget. I don't think it makes sense to be doing it in the previous year. If it's an election year, then there's going to be a change in folks making decisions, and you know, so.
Are we going to have enough meetings to have one presentation per meeting? Because 2 presentations per meeting is too much.
I don't know what you mean.
So we have 5.
6, I think, right? With the addition.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Clerk and administrator go together. So wait a minute. Well, they did last time. It worked all right. Like, yeah, you did one after the other in the same meeting. So
it's a good question by Sean, though.
So it's fine. I'm okay with December to February. It's the same general time of year.
No.
No? You say
January.
January? I'm okay with January. So we may need to go into, we got 5 meetings, so that we only have 1 meeting in this.
You know what? By show of hands out there, who thinks that December to January is a good idea? Raise your hand. Who thinks that January, February is a good idea? Nobody cares.
Let's just leave it with the goal to do it in January, February, March, just in case.
I really don't care.
You just want to not more than one.
We'll leave it where it is.
And well, I'm going to work with you to get the schedule done then.
All right. What? Yeah, oh, so amendment to add library.
And the motion was made by Cormos or no?
I think I did.
Ben first, then Cormos. Ben, do you accept?
Accept.
Cormos, do you accept? Yes? Okay. Discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion to have volunteers work in Wiswall Park the weekend of June 2nd to 4th, 2023. Volunteers will plant annual flowers and put in mulch. Contact person is Judy Esposito. You hold your horse. Judy deserves the billing there.
All right, I'll make the motion.
Trustee Baskin.
Second.
Trustee Cormos, discussion.
I want to thank the volunteers for agreeing to, this is a lot of good hard work out there, and but they're dedicated to try to beautify the park before farmers market, which is the next weekend. So hopefully the weather will cooperate.
All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion to approve the installation of a trail sign in Kelly Park? Production and installation of the sign will be done by the Friends of the Caterers.
Sorry. I'll make the motion.
Trustee Baskin, Trustee Van Deen, discussion. All in favor? Aye.
Thank you for doing that, Friends of the Caterers.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion that yours truly be required to inform all Village of Ballston Spa trustees by email the dates he or she plans to be or is away from the Village of Ballston Spa and is unable to conduct village business in person for a period longer than 24 hours?
I'll make it.
Trustee Raymond.
I'll second.
Trustee Cormos, discussion. Carla, take it away.
I just wanted to, as I advised the trustees over the weekend, that I reached out to NICOM on this one because my concern is that's not the legal standard under Village Law 4400 is if the mayor is absent or unable to perform the duties, then the deputy mayor is already vested with all those powers. And speaking with staff counsel at NICOM, they did indicate that while the board can make this motion, it's not really enforceable in any manner. And that, yeah, that and they don't recommend it, but again, it's up to the board.
Is there anything in the law that the mayor, when he appoints the deputy, informs the board of that? Because that was not informed. I have no idea if Bernadette was the deputy mayor while.
He appointed a deputy.
No, I know you're deputy, but whether he had transferred his authority to you when he was gone, because we did. All I heard at the end of the last meeting was Frank saying, hey, I'm going to take a week off. And so I sent him an email the next day asking, oh, when are you going to be out of town? And, I would expect him to say, well, I'm going to be, doesn't have to say where he's going or anything. It's just going to be out of town. And Bernadette will be acting mayor. I'm going to turn it over to her. We got nothing. I got nothing all week.
So may I pop in? I'm sorry.
Yes, you may.
So, that was the discussion that I did have with NICOM on this. So the pandemic has changed a lot of what everyone's done. Obviously, I'm sitting in my bedroom right now and having a meeting.
Thanks for the details.
Everything's blurred. You're fine. But the point is there's really, the law doesn't say that the mayor has to be, or the trustees have to be physically present in the village to conduct business. Obviously, business can be conducted. I could be in Europe right now and be conducting business. So that was the concern that they had, that I had with this motion. In the event that the mayor does decide to go on a cruise and doesn't want to pay for the Wi-Fi on board the ship and decides to not perform village business, then he does have a duty to advise. But in the event that he's away out of the village, he's not abrogating his duties at that point. That's the concern I have. And the fact that it's not enforceable. You know, I look to the next step and, you know, what if he does not do this? What are the consequences? Because there's really no consequences here.
Yeah. So in other words, we can have a mayor who's not can spend all his time in Florida.
You actually can. There's no requirement under the law that the mayor be present within the village or that the trustees be present. That's not the requirement for running for office or holding office.
Allowed to be a resident of the village of Ballston Spa, which means 180 days a year. And I don't think we were counting 180. I think my Facebook activity tells you, Liz, pretty well that I am here at least 180 days a year. I'm just going to take a guess that everybody consumes that right now.
I find that very uncomfortable, having a mayor who is not present, who could, you know, be in Europe and is conducting village business. You know, in the case of an emergency, declare emergency, he's going to do that from overseas. Yeah.
I mean, in my mind,
an emergency if he's out of the country.
That's why you have trustees that are trained.
The trustees have to know he's gone.
No, the deputy mayor.
Hello, everyone.
This is an executive versus legislative scenario, and she becomes the executive on need. Go ahead, Bernadette, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Hi, everyone. Just so the village knows, there was continuity in as far as the mayor was working while he was away, very brief time away. He is here very regularly at community events, attends meetings in the village office. He is here pretty much all the time, but every once in a while he needs to take a vacation. When he is on vacation, he does make me aware. And most of the time I'm able to take time off from work and I go into the office because I like to get to know the people that work with us. This was one incident where I continued to work at my job at the legislature. Was I aware completely that the mayor was gone? But I also was aware that he was at work. No, I'm not finished. He was continuing his work. And, you know, when you had reached out, feigning concern for the mayor, you know, I asked you, you mentioned that you've reached out to him. I said, oh, I'm not aware of what emails those are, but if there's an immediate emergency that, you know, if someone physical needs to address, we have staff, I'm here, the mayor is involved. So this motion is, I don't know, a little left field for me. I think it's unusual. I understand perhaps this is your position, but to basically say that the mayor is not here is patently false and disrespect to the work that he puts into this community. And you know, you're obligated to those opinions, but I'm sure you take vacation too. And at some point I'm going to take vacation. But I think this has just gotten beyond. Okay. So it's just, it's almost laughable. So I just think it's so funny, but just to assure the community that, you know, the things that are being portrayed and described weren't quite like that. And the mayor was very involved and, you know, very aware of stuff if I needed to step in. So thanks.
All right, this is an example of a motion that wouldn't be needed in any other administration. So Liz asked just a very straightforward, simple question. Are you out of the village? Which is a normal question for a trustee to ask mayor. And it is relevant to the operation of the village. And prior mayors would just respond, yes, I'm going to be gone for a few days. And but I'll be in touch with email or whatever. And then Liz would have dropped it. And we wouldn't have this motion right now. But she asked 2-3 times and there was no response. And it does feel like, as Sean has said, it's the custom, it's a courtesy, and it could be helpful in a time of emergency or some unexpected events for us to know that the mayor's not in the village. So this motion wouldn't be here if there were just that simple courtesy, you know, back and forth. So I'm okay. I mean, Frank, Mr. Mayor, if you want to just if you're going to be out for an extended period of time, just as Mayor Woolbright and the others did, just let us know so we understand to go to Bernadette if there's a question or an issue or something like that, or why aren't you answering us? Oh, it's because you're on vacation. That would be appreciated.
Okay, can I speak as if I'm actually here now? So there's a penalty sometimes to being a little too forward about where you are and your whereabouts and everything else. And unfortunately, some paranoia comes with this job. I'm not going to lie to you. And little things start happening that you become very nervous about and feel a little vulnerable about. For instance, a little thing like my Facebook page got shadow banned. Much of you folks don't realize, probably because of certain. I will explain if you give me a moment. Thank you. Which is a weapon basically against somebody that's a big social media poster like me, and my social media has been exploited in terms of the topic of my use of it or non-use of it or whatever you want to say. And essentially somebody complained that I was doing X, Y, or Z to Facebook. And what they do is the algorithm basically demotes you in that situation and makes it so that your posts aren't visible to the people that need to see them. Now, I bring it up because it seems like I'm under this microscope that I understand I'm mayor and I'm pretty damn visible. I think we all agree with that. But I also feel like there's a certain component out there in this community that doesn't like me or that would actually be willing to exploit the idea that I'm not in town and do something about that fact. And I'm actually concerned about it. I've reached that point of concern. Not that I don't want to be your mayor. I do. I love the job. I love seeing all of you, talking with all of you, everybody out there and everything else. But there's a certain protection mechanism right now that I don't, especially if my family was all down in Florida at the same time, and they have homes too, and they have protection that they deserve in the situation. And unfortunately, things that I've said in emails have floated over to certain friends of trustees that decide to, as a result, throw in 82 FOIL requests and everything else and letters and things like that that never should have reached that person. And so, yeah, I am concerned about people knowing my exact whereabouts at any point in time. And I am concerned about telling certain people on this board where I'm going to be. And the people that knew where I was were Bernadette as deputy mayor and the entire staff, because I do trust those people because they have the backs of this community. And it was Tricia that told Liz that I was away, and that's fine. And that was her prerogative. But at the end of the day, staff knew where I was. If there was something that came up, Jeff knew, hey, in case of emergency, call up Frank, decide what to do. If Frank can't be reached, Bernadette's the next person down on that list. This is the executive branch. The executive branch is doing what the executive branch does. The legislative branch meets every 2 weeks, essentially. And we do this. That's how this works, our separation of powers. That's why NICOM is not comfortable with this whole situation, because it doesn't comport to what the law actually is. So vote for it all you want, but let me tell you something. I'm going to protect my family, protect me, and still do the job that the residents of this village asked me to do, which is essentially make sure the executive operates the way it's going to operate, with the deputy mayor next in line in case of need, me operating business still from wherever I am, because my cell phone rings and somebody calls me up today on my cell phone. I answer it. She's like, is this the mayor's office? And I said, yeah, this is the mayor. Oh, I heard a rumor that you're taking all the homeless from Saratoga and moving into Ballston Spa. And I said, ma'am, no, that's not happening. And she said, I can't believe I got the mayor on the phone. I'm like, that's the way it works around here. And guess what? That phone follows me to Florida, to Pennsylvania, to New Jersey, to New York City, anywhere I am, because this job is 24/7. Period, exclamation point. Have fun voting for it, folks.
I'm offended by your implication that
telling a trustee that you're going to be out of town puts you in some sort of danger.
Liz, stop sharing information to other people. Maybe I'll trust you more. Let's call the question. Roll call.
Trustee Raymond,
Yep. Given in light of the situation that basically this is an unenforceable motion, I'm going to vote no because there's no point in a motion that isn't enforceable.
thank you. Trustee Baskin,
I'm going to vote yes for the principle that we would like better communication. I think we can be trusted to keep confidence. We didn't ask, Liz didn't ask where you were, just if you were not in the village. I appreciate sensitivity to that issue of being in or out of the village as well. And it would be nice if we could all trust each other on that score. I think it's a sad reflection on the status of this administration and the relationship with this board that can't even be shared.
Trustee Cornwallis,
I agree with Ben that you can't tell your fellow board members that you'll be away, like every other mayor that I've known has done as a common courtesy. I think is really sad. I vote yes.
Trustee Van Densis,
No, we already have a mechanism in place that works. Thank you.
Mayor Rossi.
I think it's sad that basically I got repeated emails feigning interest and concern about where I was when it really came down to a control mechanism. And let's not kid our residents at this point. I abstain, obviously, for obvious reasons. And as such, it is 2-2. The abstention is considered a negative vote. As such, it does not carry. Can I get a motion that members of any committee or board, including mayor's advisory committees, shall disclose in writing to the board of trustees, village clerk, and board of ethics any personal financial interest in any project considered by the committee or board? To accomplish this purpose, every member will complete and submit a conflict of interest disclosure form.
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Baskin.
I'll second.
Trustee Raymond. Discussion. Carla, take it away again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to reiterate what I provided to the trustees over the weekend. As I do with all of your motions, I review them to decipher whether there is a legality and necessity and enforceability issue. Again, with this, I reviewed it, I researched it, and again, I reached out to NICOM staff on this. I think they're getting a little sick of hearing from me, but I always want to make sure that, you know, I know you folks rely on NICOM quite a bit, and they're a wonderful organization, so I want to verify things with them to make you comfortable. So one of the things that they are concerned about with this is, of course, if you want to pass it, you can pass it. Again, it's an enforceability issue. There's really nothing in this that says how you can enforce it at all. The other thing that is a concern is that if you are going to do it, it shouldn't just be the mayor's advisory committee. It should be any advisory committee. There's a concern that this may have a chilling effect on anyone wanting to be on an advisory committee. And those are NICOM's words, chilling effect. The other thing is this may have the ability to reduce the transparency of having a committee, because the mayor and any trustee can talk to whoever they want about what they want to do with the village, and they don't have to actually establish a committee to do that. I think this was the establishment of a committee for transparency purposes. The other concern is, and I didn't put this in my memo over the weekend because I forgot to, but you know, generally speaking, it is your ethics board that reviews the conflict of interest and financial disclosure statements. So the ethics board would be reviewing each and every one of these. And if they find a determination, first that puts more pressure or more work on them. And then the second is if they find a violation, what is a violation, since these are advisory committees and have no authority. So again, it goes to, as the prior one, enforceability. It can be passed, but if someone doesn't fill out a conflict of interest, does that mean they're not on the committee? Or if someone fills it out and the board determines there's a conflict, what are the repercussions of that? So those are my concerns.
All right, thank you for your comments. I see this as very pro forma. It is not for every volunteer, as has been implied by the audience. It's not for any time you talk to anybody. It's for people who are committing to be on a committee. And the mayor's advisory committees is just one of the types of committees we have. But if anybody is going to join a committee, there's the potential for conflict of interest, and it should just be a matter of course that they fill out a form. Now, the one form, the board, the ZBA, the planning board, they have different forms. I wasn't given those. I was given this one form, and it's basically 2 sentences. One, the first part is list all relatives who are employees or officials of the Village of Ballston Spa. The second is list any office, trusteeship, directorship, or position of any nature, whether compensated or uncompensated, held by you or your relative with any proprietorship, partnership, corporation, or other organization which at present or during the past 12 months is doing or has done business with the Village of Ballston Spa. That's our current conflict of interest form, and it is a very straightforward form. The purpose is to actually increase transparency, to get people to think about whether they have a conflict. And because in my experience, I've seen people on committees have act on a conflict, not even realize it, not even think about it, not know until someone else points it out. And this will help them to reflect. It'll help us to know what the issues are. This was inspired specifically by the idea of a mayor's facility committee comprised of developers and realtors and engineers, people who have a great potential for conflict of interest with helping to identify land and property for village use. And it should just be, I think, good government practice for people like that doing that kind of job to disclose if they have any conflicts of interest. It is not intended to, nor do I think it does it, discourage people from joining these committees, because it's not pointing fingers, it's not saying anyone did anything wrong. It is pretty straightforward. All of us have done it. Every one of you on a committee has done it, and or many of you. And so I think this is just good governance. End of story.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Terry.
This is the first time I'm hearing that the ZBA and the planning board have a separate form. I've never seen that form. Where did you get that information?
I got it from members of those boards, that they have a different form.
It is interesting.
Where'd you get it from?
Do
I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
do you not have your members fill out a conflict of interest form? You don't. So that's a problem in my mind. I think they should.
Whoa, wait, whoa.
They do or they don't?
No, Ben.
But
Let's listen to Terry for a second. Terry?
Any paid board member fills out an employment packet, and that packet includes the disclosure form that I gave you.
Hey, right. So are you saying the ZBA, there's no conflict of interest form? Because I was told otherwise.
No different one.
Not that I know. But again, I've been on the board for so many years, I don't know.
As a
But I mean, when somebody comes in front of the board, if you feel you have, especially some financial interest, you have to disclose that either you do or you don't have a financial interest in that.
For a specific thing.
To speak, because I was on ZBA not that long ago, when we have to fill out our employment packet, we do have to fill out a conflict form. I can't speak. Conflict of interest form. So those boards, because they are paid, do so.
Yeah, and in town of Ballston, I'm on a number of committees and boards, like the Clean Energy Committee, and we all filled it out, and nobody objected, nobody hesitated, and there wasn't a problem. I think in terms of enforceability, if it becomes a policy of this village, that's just what staff and the mayor and we do when someone wants to join or actually joins the committee. We say, okay, please fill out this form, and then it just happens.
A couple of things, Ben. First off, as Julie was pointing out in her letter that Danielle read, and I appreciate Danielle coming in to read that for her. And Julie, have a good vacation, please. It is a matter here of you're passing this, and the rules are changing basically, ultimately in this whole thing. So I think the distrust on this becomes, we just heard that we have these heightened standards that are forming that are going to be onerous financial disclosures. And we have people that are very concerned about that. So if you pass this and then you change the disclosure form, the requirements of the disclosure form, then you basically have backed yourself into exactly what the fear was that Julie was pointing out. That's why she spoke about the ethics code changes and M together in that situation. With respect to this whole thing, though, as Carla points out and NICOM stated, mayor's advisory committees will turn into mayor's parties, mayor's, whatever, ultimately. Instead of me just being transparent about what's going on and then also saying, here's XYZ that was on this group, it might present whatever advice or stuff they provided us in whatever the event is. Suddenly we're going to be playing this different game. There's no reason for that game. You'll know who they are. You're going to be able to research the topic. I provide the information as much as anybody. I'm going to be vetting that information ultimately that gets put out by that to present it to the board because my reputation is on the line. It's a mayor's whatever. So I don't get that. And so I'd be very careful of the first and then cognizant of the second.
Look, you have the ability to be as secretive as you want to be, and we've seen some of that, and that can happen with mayor's advisory committees as well. I mean, so if you want to not tell us who you're working with and not to tell us what conversations are happening, you have done that and you're going to continue to do that. But I would encourage you and all of us to keep the government in the light of day and keep a transparency for whoever's informing the government to be known, and that any conflicts of interest be known. So again, it's not just for all volunteers, it's for committee members and groups of people who have said they want to work for the village as a volunteer or paid. And it's not onerous. It's one little page and a couple words.
Why do you pay Carla?
The thing is, if there was a committee and they were looking at property for the village to use, wouldn't you want to know if one of those advisory committee had a financial interest in a property that they were proposing that the village buy?
So you penalize everybody.
No. You'd want to know that because they have a financial interest in a certain piece of property. And they're promoting that and saying, oh, that's the best property for the village to buy. I think the residents of this village deserve to know if a person has a conflict of interest. And I think if you have a conflict of interest, you should reveal it.
But you're going to promote a property tonight in executive session that we don't know what your tie to that property is. Have you signed a new form with respect to it? And I apologize for standing behind here, guys, but obviously the camera situation.
I am perfectly willing to sign a full confidentiality because I have nothing to hide.
Melon farm.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I had nothing to hide there either. Nothing to hide.
So I'd like to just weigh in a little bit. So earlier in the day, I read this and I think the heart and the intent of it, I appreciate that it's well-meaning. And I actually was on the fence about this. I didn't know how I was going to vote. But what I find very interesting and compelling is basically what the ethics committee is saying to us. And not only that, ethics committee, NICOM, is saying that there's some problems with this. And, you know, it's well-meaning. I don't think necessarily that, you know, Ben's intent is to be a pain or to be onerous. However, intent versus how it's going to be played out and its actual effect is different. So I genuinely thank the ethics committee for truly weighing in on this, and that committee works so hard and deliberates and is able to come to consensus on issues. And it seems like they strongly do not support this. And I for that reason, I think we should really listen to them. I personally plan on voting no on this when we get to that point.
Carla, again, you're saying unenforceable. I mean, is that your opinion as well, or just like?
No, it was my opinion. They validated my opinion, verified it.
What does it mean to be unenforceable?
In other words, if somebody has a conflict and we want them to fill out, if they refuse to fill out the form, then potentially they would not be appointed to the committee. That would be the thing. Only if they had a conflict and they revealed it, they could serve on the committee.
Well, no, I think the case of situation here is Mayor's Advisory Board forms with facilities. We'll just use that as the example. And we have just out of curiosity, I'm not sure where you got the roster of types of people, but it was supposed to be Judge Morrissey, Dave Bush, Jeff Garies, as the people that are heads of the divisions with the buildings that are involved, and then probably 3 developers. And we were thinking of a couple others, but we weren't looking at realtors, to be honest with you. So I'm not sure where that came from.
Wasn't Rory on there?
No.
Oh, well, see, you haven't written it down, so
Rory was willing not to be on it, but Rory and Anna would be ideas about somebody from their committee was what the answer was. So somebody from planning, somebody from zoning. Most likely Scott Burlingame would be a great one as an engineer on there.
I'm pretty sure you mentioned a realtor, but I don't know.
But 3 developers are property owners and they could own interest in.
Liz, welcome to Ballston Spa. We know what everybody owns around here.
No, that's why you fill out a little form, just to make sure everything's on the up and up and everyone knows where you stand.
There's tax rules, and generally speaking, most of us are very familiar with the properties that are owned around here.
I'm not.
Well,
that's what this does. When it's talk about enforceable, the only enforceable thing we're interested in is if we make a policy that staff implement and the mayor implement the policy. And of course, we can't fire the mayor or fire staff. Nothing's enforceable. No policies we set are necessarily enforceable. We don't follow the agenda half the time. So, I mean, I don't understand what's enforceable. It is enforceable if we choose to enforce it as a village administration. I mean, what do you mean by enforceable?
Such as the mayor says, here are the people on the Mayor's Advisory Committee for facilities. You say, cough up the forms. I say, okay, have a good day. We're doing our business. I'll let you know what the determinations are, and I'll let you know who's on that committee. If you want to use that information, great. If you don't, that's your choice at the end of the day.
And that is true for many policies that we would like to implement, that if you just refuse to implement them, we have no recourse. So it's either, you follow the rule of the majority or you go your own way.
I think the rub here is also advisory committees, because yes, the mayor's advisory committee and it's under his purview. I think the other part of any other committee, well, they're under the board's purview. So if this is what the board wants, then I would think it's inherently enforceable. So
you'd eliminate advisory committees is what you're suggesting, or no? I'm not sure where you're going to.
I just think you don't have to, because it's the mayor's purview and he can decide what he wants to do. I mean, I would think in good conscience, if there's not a problem, that obviously you would submit conflict of interest forms. Again, the personal financial interest, I would really need to see a form to see what kind of depth that goes into, because I think that might be a bridge too far. But at least having saying, hey, I don't have any conflict of interest, or saying, we're signing off that I don't have any and if you end up having a conflict of interest, well, then we need to assess whether or not you could be on that committee. And again, because it's a mayor's advisory committee, the mayor makes that decision.
Yeah, when Ben brought this up, I questioned whether we could put the mayor's advisory committee, because that is who he talks to. And he can talk to whoever he wants, and we could form advisory committees as well. We choose to form board committees that are out in the open. And I think if we just cross off mayor's advisory committee, have your committee, but they have no standing with this board. They're your advisory committee. You can bring their recommendations, but they have no standing with this board.
I would argue that we leave mayor's advisory committee on there as something that is aspirational, if not enforceable, because it's the right thing to do. And I think that anyone on a facilities committee should fill out a board form, even if it's a mayor's advisory committee. So even if it's not enforceable, my hope is that you take the spirit of this and see that it's a very small lift and have them do that.
Sounds like 4 of us are willing to take mayor's advisory committees off this and pass it as it would stand at that point. Would that be accurate? Sean, no, you shook your head.
I don't, like I said, it could stay on there because it really doesn't matter.
Who was the motion? Who was the second on this?
I think I made the motion.
And Sean.
So I'd like to keep the mayor's advisory committee on there as an aspirational norm-setting kind of statement that everyone who's on a committee should fill out a conflict of interest form, whether they're a separate mayor's committee or an official board committee.
Advisory.
No, I'm saying that's aspirational. That's the norm.
No, as any advisory, if we form an advisory committee, it would be subjected to the same.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I said members of any committee or board, I put including mayors,
You shouldn't use the example in that manner.
Any advisory.
such as,
Right.
including,
Mayor's out.
okay, all right, that's fine with me. That's fine. Okay,
Is that maybe the motion?
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that amendment of putting it in.
Right, that was the order. It was Ben and then Sean, correct?
Yeah.
Call the question. All in favor? Roll call.
Trustee Baskin?
Yes.
Trustee Raymond?
Aye.
Trustee Cormos?
Yes.
Trustee Fontaine?
No, again, it is, I take this in consideration from what Ethics Committee had shared with us and what Carla had shared with us. This still would try to attempt to infringe on executive privilege.
Mayor Rossi?
I've seen these forms, the current version, they're nothing. The problem is what's next and what that next form is going to look like and what the financial disclosures we're going to force upon people are. And as a result, I vote no. However, it is 3-2 if the motion carries. Other business?
I'd like to, oops.
You're
Is it
fine.
working?
No, it's not.
I'd like to make my motion, seconded, that the attached proposed ADU code be referred to the planning board and the zoning board of appeals for comment.
Liz, you were the one that told us about the deadlines, et cetera. So why wouldn't you put this forward on Friday or Thursday? In Friday, I never actually tell anybody no on the motion, by the way. I understand the flexibility works both ways in this government. So, and you can't even spot one time I did not allow that. So let's just make that clear. But why now? Liz, why now?
Why not what?
Why now?
Why not?
Oh, he's saying why didn't you submit this earlier? My sense is she was trying to figure out what would be, I mean, this is a conversation I have with Liz, trying to understand what would be a reasonable next step, being sensitive to the idea that comp plan isn't completed, but is there something we can do to move it forward, and that conclusion wasn't reached till later.
Yeah, and we have the opportunity to add motions under other business. And we discussed it earlier. So I'd like to make the motion that the attached proposed ADU code be referred to the planning board and the zoning board for comment. And
I'll second.
Okay, again, according to the Cormos rule, this should not be actually brought to question in this meeting.
No, now you have the opportunity for the audience to discuss. There are often motions not put on the agenda ahead of time that are put on later.
90-second public comment. Who would like to go?
You listen to any, Gina Morosi, 10 Old Glory.
Get to the microphone,
I
please.
don't need the microphone.
No, we need it for the purpose of the meeting.
Do you listen to anybody? I just stood here and told you the risk you're putting this village in because of your personal relationship with the biggest offender of the zoning. And you still move forward with it? Can you say Article 78, Liz? Because there's a big one coming at you.
thank you.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
Anybody else in the house?
This is Vidal, 106 Prospect Street. I don't know anything about any of this zoning and this type of thing. What I do know is you're doing what you want to do, not what people you represent want you to do. Exactly. I can't, as a taxpayer in this village, I have a neighbor that lives across the street from me that's lived here for years and years and years. And he could tell you things you have no idea that I've talked to him about. He can't come here because it's late, but he would be appalled by this. You say it's a village of friends. You're not friendly. You're pushing people away that want to volunteer. I'd love to join the committee. I'm not filling out a form. What am I gonna do? If it is somebody that has a huge interest, that's given thousands of millions of dollars or whatever, yeah, then that's a question. But this whole thing, you're not listening to the people. It's wrong.
She's saying in general, you're wrong in the approach on everything. She's using it as an example. I know where you're going with it, and that she took it back to that point.
Fine, that's what you're saying.
Anybody else in the house? I see a hand up, so I'm going to go back over here. Christine, 90 seconds, go ahead. That's Christine Fitzpatrick. Unless her hand was not intended to go up. Christine, last call to unmute. And no, that was an accident, I guess. Okay. Now, Kristen, Icolucci, unmute and go.
Hello, Kristen Icolucci, 24 Chapman Street. Just wanted to say that I would have no problem filling out a form to increase transparency. And just wanted to thank Trustee Cormos and Trustee Baskins for having this transparency on the agenda. And I support it as a friend of the village and citizen of the village. Thank you.
Kristen, did you want to talk about what the question's about right now, specifically about ADU referral? I'll take that as a no. Okay, anybody else on Zoom? Anybody else in the house? 90 seconds. Okay, our turn. Anybody want to discuss?
Again, I think this is the wrong approach. I'm going to say this each time. We have a comp plan that we are going to be reviewing and eventually approving, and then zoning changes. I think this is a band-aid when we look further at the whole community as to where denser residential zoning could be applied, such as R2. I live in R2. I'm the only one that lives in R2 in this village. It is the right, Anna does, on this board, it is the right place to put denser zoning. And then I think when you mentioned your street, that honestly could be a street that would be prime for R2 zoning. But the ADU, I just think it's a Band-Aid. I think this is a rush approach, and I don't think this is what we should be doing. We should take our time and work through the process.
I just don't understand what you're seeing in terms of our workload for our professionals right now, for our boards, our committees, the priorities, and everything else. And Carla has been asking us for kind of at least a rank order of things to get done. And every time we think that she's going to be able to go, in order with sidewalks, which affect pretty much everybody, and especially with the Front Street situation developing, and parks, because we want park rules. We want to be able to allow some of our businesses to have beer garden and everything else, and make sure that people are safe in our parks, things that affect, again, everybody here. These are priorities. Ethics probably doesn't affect everybody per se. It's got more of an indirect effect. And so we kind of backburnered it a little bit, but we're going to be attacking it. Then all of a sudden, one trustee writes their own code and says, I want this code right now, absolutely now. And we're going to drop everything in our village government to take care of a code that basically has affected 2 applications in the last X number of years. And I understand that maybe you know of others that are violating it or something like that. Bring them, bring them in. And if there's a resolution to be made, maybe zoning will be able to give them that resolution because of something that wasn't self-created or whatever it was. But why are we dropping everything?
You're not dropping everything.
Yes, yeah, Liz.
Come on, Frank.
Liz, I have daily conversations with Carla. Carla's exceptional, but she keeps getting her attention diverted every 5 minutes by the hissy fits of this board, and we end up with low problem with the sidewalk code, low problem with this code, low problem with that situation. We still haven't changed our official year. We've got budget workshops coming up. The same thing happens with Barbara with emails you send her about X, Y, and Z. It's like, do you not understand the effect these things have on our professionals and our staff? Everybody wait their turn. Let's get things done. We have too many things lingering in this community, and now we're just going to throw another one that probably should be taken care of with zoning.
I disagree. You have your priorities, I have my priorities.
What is the rush?
And there it is.
It's our priority, not yours, not the mayor's. It is our priority. Don't forget that.
This is just an initial review. It's not completing because things take years to finish. And so let's start.
I find it highly ironic that you are opposing an ADU law after you and your family.
There it is.
Did what?
Please finish the sentence.
Please.
Me and my family
supported the application of somebody for an ADU.
That went through the proper process and didn't disobey the laws of the village like your buddy, who's going to benefit from this and didn't do the process.
And the other people that are going to benefit are the retired people living in a home that used to have their children and their spouse.
Those are the 2 things that were accepted,
It's
Liz.
difficult.
Liz, Shannon Hansen, I've had great conversations with her. I know what her situation was. It was approved for that reason.
It took her a year and a half to get that approval.
It's not.
That is untrue.
Absolutely not true.
It was a little more convoluted than she would have preferred, by all means. I get that. And then when the next one came through, there were some convolutions in that one, but patience and following the law and following what the board asked for occurred.
I do not think that people should have to apply for a variance in order to bring in their parent or their child into their home, have a separate living unit. This is happening nationally. The state almost passed a law requiring us to do it. They are providing incentives for people to do ADUs. ADUs are the best way to add people.
I've asked our zoning board chair to speak.
To
She wanted to add something here.
People, to serve people of lower income without disrupting the look, the character of this village, because they are going to be in an existing structure, either within the home or an accessory building. That's it.
Acknowledge your relationship with somebody that's gonna fully benefit from this and step away.
Why should I?
Recuse yourself.
Why should I?
Transparency.
Yeah.
I know people who want to. They are friends. Are friends considered conflict of interest?
Yes, when your friend did something illegal and is gonna benefit from this because you're pushing it like it's your freaking job.
Part J of the code is amnesty. Part J of the proposed code is
It's amnesty,
amnesty.
yes, because I can name a lot of folks who are currently living in ADUs in this village, okay? And I think,
We can have the code enforcement officer speak with them.
yes, so you can go after them unless they're your friends.
Oh, that's you.
Okay, I have
Go ahead.
something to say. Number
Yes.
one, I take great offense that a elected official of this village is essentially saying that the zoning board of appeals, most of whom have been on the board longer than you've lived here, did something irregular. We followed the law. We accepted the required documents. We went right through the whole thing. There were things that I made them go get a survey to the cost of, I'm sure, thousands of dollars. That's part of the law. I'm not done.
Anna, go ahead and finish.
Liz, you're just saying you. Everybody in this room, including your buddies up here, know why you're doing this. All right, everybody knows why you're doing this. And it's not right. You were elected to represent 5,000 people in this village,
Yeah.
not one guy on 38 East High Street. That's the problem.
I am not just representing
That's
one guy.
bullcrap.
I have been in favor of ADUs
But you
since
just
my
brought
mother, you moved into one in our home. This is not a new issue for me. I spent my career in senior housing. I wish to help seniors be able to move in to their children's home and have
And let it
separate.
go through the process.
It's
It
worked at
will
least
go
once now.
through the process. All I am doing is asking for the expertise that exists in your committee and in the planning board to comment on the text of it, to tell us, is there a problem there? I have no intention to push this through before the comp plan.
Then why
Okay.
are you even bringing it up? Again, why?
Because I like to get the process started.
It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the steering committee. It's all part of the whole plan.
And the
It's all
steering
laid right
committee
out there.
endorsed ADUs.
So let's let it go through the process.
What is the harm in getting your comments on it? Tell me, why are you so against this?
I'm not against it. I'm against you accusing my board
I'm
of
not
acting
accusing.
inappropriately.
I'll let that up to the officials.
So if I may jump in, I don't think anybody is necessarily against ADUs. I have concerns about it being a Band-Aid, but in theory, I think it could be useful in certain areas. What I think the biggest issue we have here is timing. We don't agree on the time.
Right.
And I kind of get what you're saying. However, not really, when there's going to be a process taking place where people are going to be reviewing the comp plan, where people are going to be reviewing zoning changes. That is the appropriate time to do such a thing. Why are we spinning our wheels, doubling up on something when it could be done in the appropriate time period, which is not ahead of that schedule?
Well,
Okay, this is just a review and comment. This isn't adopting it. This isn't drafting law. This is just, hey, you passed a couple of these. Does this law look like the same guidelines you used to pass those? And if it isn't, what does it need to look like for it to pass or get a variance if it was being put up? This is all that is. It's not gonna go into law anytime soon. This is just one of the basic preliminary things that you would do is go to the experts who do this stuff all the time and take a look at it and give us your thoughts.
Let me jump in for 1 sec, if I can. Guess what the response could be? And are you going to accept the response? The response could be, this is not appropriate timing for this in knowledge of a plan, comprehensive plan being finalized and zoning being rewritten. As such, it should not be pursued. And if both boards unanimously stated that to you, would you back down or would you continue?
I think timing is irrelevant.
I am asking for them to comment on the content, not on the process.
So you don't get to make that judgment, Liz. They actually can comment how they would like to comment on this by a referral. Carla, is that inaccurate?
I'm being really good about being quiet over here. I just want to let everybody know.
Well done.
If I may, as counsel, I think that what Bernadette said was right. I think that the ADU idea is not what is at controversy here. I think what is at controversy is a piecemeal approach to doing the zoning, in that the whole point of having a comprehensive plan is to write a zoning code. The whole point of redoing your comprehensive plan is to amend your zoning code. What I'm hearing, the process that you're starting is taking the law that Trustee Cormos drafted and taking that law and giving it to the planning board and the zoning board, which is the first step under your code in adopting a zoning amendment. So, I just want everyone to understand that this is not just, hey, what do you guys think about ADUs? It's here's the law that we are proposing. That's how it's supposed to work. Here's the law that the board is proposing. Please give your substantive comments on the law, like you did for the PDD. It's the same process that goes forward. So, I am concerned that we're going to pass this law, and it is going to get passed. They may get this law itself may be passed after June, but then they're going to amend the zoning anyway. So they may amend this part of the law again. Again, that's just my professional opinion, is that we hold off on this. And that's in speaking with the folks doing the comprehensive plan, speaking with other different municipalities. Just you can do what you want, but I just want you to know, I think at this point, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to do it now, as opposed to waiting and doing it in 4 months when they're doing the entire zoning code. But that's my advice, and you can do with it what you wish.
Further, I forget what day it was, but because you backed off, you weren't going to do anything with this. And you said that in email. And all of a sudden we have this. So why do I have any assurances that you're not going to try to push this through before zoning changes, before comp plan? I quite frankly, I'm concerned that with your approach on this. Please don't dismiss my opinion on this. You dismiss me a lot. And I don't know why that is. And I disagree with you a lot of the time. And I listen to you intently. I don't try to grab the microphone from you. Please stop dismissing me. I am concerned about this approach. I'm concerned about not addressing the short-term rentals. There is a process that I think we need to follow. Council is advising us not to move forward because taking that step is a step of action that puts us in a direction of possibly, accepting this and voting on this. We are taking this too far before we even got to the point of approving a comp plan, for goodness sakes.
I'm getting a little confused in your comments, Carla, because there are 2 steps. There's approving the comprehensive plan and then doing some modifications to the zoning, or there's waiting until the whole rezoning is done, which puts it out another, from a practical standpoint, 1.5 years from now.
Okay.
Okay.
So which is it? Is it because all the advice that you've gotten from Behan and others said wait until the comp plan is approved?
And the rezoning is being done and make it part of the zoning. That's been the consistent comments.
No,
Yes,
it is
yes,
not.
yes.
It is not.
She's shaking her head, yes, let her talk.
Is because that is putting this out a year and a half, 2 years before it would even be implemented. And I think it should be implemented today, except we have, because the comprehensive plan has endorsed this. I'm perfectly willing to wait until the comprehensive plan is final with a seal on it. But to put this forward as in law, what I'd like is comments. You saw how long the sidewalk law, way before you started. You saw the PDD drag on forever. It's still ongoing. We never even finished that one.
I think it's called dead.
I'd like to remind this board that about 2 years ago, we did have a committee formed under Mayor Wilbright. We came up with a lot of things that we wanted to change with the zoning, that things that come in front of the board often, as in side yard setbacks, front yard setbacks, minimum frontage.
Rory was on that committee with you and everything,
We were
right?
told to wait because, from this board, we were told to wait because new zoning was coming. We aren't going to write partial laws. We're going to wait until the new zoning is coming. We're working on a comprehensive plan and we will rewrite zoning all at once. That's what this board told us. So why now?
And why this one item of all zoning, one item, just happens to be the one to benefit your friend?
Carla, could you please research if this board refers a draft law to the planning board and zoning board and they refuse to comment on it? Does that mean that that step can just be bypassed if they refuse to comment?
They're not refusing to comment on it.
No, I'm saying if they do,
They're telling you don't send it because it's inappropriate. That's what they're saying.
Right. They're saying it's the wrong time or whatever, so they're not going to comment on the substance of it. And if they do that, following a request from the board majority to look at the laws, what is the next step? Because we're in obviously a very partisan situation.
I can speak to that, but I don't need to research it because I've already provided the answer. If you recall in the memo that I sent with respect to the zoning amendments, there is nothing in the code that tells you what to do if the zoning or plan, when the planning board actually doesn't require a zoning board, when the planning board provides comments in general, there's nothing saying you have to accept them or you have to decline them. So really, as I indicated, it's up to this board to accept, reject, ignore, take into account whatever it wants to do with respect to the comments.
So the action that's required is to refer it to the planning board, zoning board, whatever happens after that happens. I think I'm remembering now that there's like a 30-day window, and if they don't respond in 30 days, you can assume they have no response. I think that's in the law.
That is correct as well.
I just wanted to speak on this a little bit more. Liz, you are so dismissive of me. You just said that my position, it's not from Ben, and I disagree with Ben. It is not partisan from my stance. I believe in good zoning laws. I serve on the planning board in Milton. I serve on the ZBA in Ballston Spa, this village. So you gotta stop dismissing my opinion, saying it's partisan. I don't care who is particularly applying to do these. I think would be fine in certain parts of this village to have these. I more firmly agree that the appropriate place for this, again, is denser zoning, maybe expanding R2. So I would like an apology from you at some point. I don't know if you will, but to say that my position on this is partisan is disgusting. And I reiterate, I listen to you, I don't agree with you, but I don't dismiss you. This is ridiculous. She remarked to me, side commented.
Yeah, well, because it appears that you
Me? I just said what my
Oh,
position
okay,
is.
okay. Your position is that this should be in R2. My position is it should be in R1.
Are you gonna apologize for calling me partisan on this issue? I am not partisan on this issue, man.
You're not partisan on this issue.
I am not. I am for good zoning. And you have to
So
be
am
held-
I.
You need to be held accountable for what you say sometimes. You say so many comments under your breath that are dismissive of
And
your
you
other
do
colleagues.
too.
No, I don't, man. Oh, call me out next time. I would
I will.
love to discuss it and perhaps
And we
apologize.
might have a personal argument.
But you
at
made
the
it
board.
personal. You made it.
I
personal
said-
with me.
And honestly, I'm letting it go because it's been brewing all night long and it's really been
I
disturbing on the other end of the table.
disagree with
Still
your,
apologize.
Listen, let's not pretend there's not a
Then
very
there's not gonna be
specific.
Sincerity, there's not.
What?
So you gotta stop saying that things are partisan. I'm here defending this from the sense of actual good zoning. And this is so frustrating to be dismissed for that reason. And
Well, I'm
it's
sorry you
not
feel
true.
this now. I don't think anyone's dismissing you. I think we disagree.
Yeah.
and we,
When you call a partisan, it's dismissive.
But-
Arts, and I like working with you, and you don't do that to me. This Steve
Well-
right here does.
and I offered to
No,
work with you and you dismissed me.
I said I would,
I
when I
did-
had something I wanted to work on, I would let you know.
Bernadette, it's not about you personally. There are partisan undercurrents in this village and overcurrents that permeate this meeting and that audience and a lot of what we do. And it's just, it is there. And it's silly to pretend it's not there.
And it appears that it's
I'm
at work
sorry.
right here. Say it louder.
Yeah, it's always at
Say it
work.
louder.
It's always
I'm
at work.
sorry.
You didn't hear me?
No, I didn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry if I offended you, but I do believe that much of what, much of what happens here
What did you, I'm sorry. start from
is
the beginning.
partisan.
Start from the beginning. I didn't hear you. The community was talking.
Excuse me.
It's easier if we're not
Please
yelling
start
at each
from the
other.
beginning. No, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you, Liz. Are you
heard me.
apologizing? No, I didn't actually.
All right, this is
This is my
getting
point.
silly.
This is my point. This is my point. The constant throwing around. The constant throwing around of X is partisan or this is partisan has got to stop. And I would appreciate if you're going to sit next to me. Those two board members work well with me. We may disagree vehemently, but I feel constantly dismissed. I don't, it's not even felt. I am constantly dismissed by you. And whether you like it, I am your colleague. You may not agree, I don't expect you to agree with me, but don't dismiss me on the grounds that I'm just partisanly bringing up stuff. That's hardly the case here. This is my community. I love this community. And if we're gonna have zoning changes, I want them done well in this community. Well, that in a way that's gonna serve all people. So I don't think this is the approach. I'm a little passionate about it. I get passionate. Sean got passionate last week. So I apologize that you are upset that I'm getting a passionate response for something that's so important for this entire community. So I suggest waiting in the appropriate time and place for this measure.
I disagree.
Okay.
Why do you pay Carla? How many thousands of dollars?
Let's go to
Sorry.
vote. Let's go to a vote, please.
Well, I mean, seriously, the council says don't do it, and you do it.
Liz, you are not going to abstain? You're not going to abstain?
Why would I?
I just want to make clear.
Ethics form.
Okay.
Article 78, that's why, that's.
Okay, folks. Again, why would you, for the reasons that were brought up earlier by public comment?
That I'm doing this just because of,
Talking to them.
it is untrue that I am doing this just because of one individual. That individual has a need. So do many people that approach us. There are many people in this village who could benefit with an ADU.
So would you remove the amnesty for people known to have violated it despite a board opinion?
No, that's a provision that I picked up from one of the other communities because the feeling, the goal is to allow people to do ADUs.
I'm trying to help you here, Liz, to get you out from under this. I am trying to help you here.
Article 78.
Hey,
Failure
I went
of-
on a tour with John Cromie and he went around these neighborhoods and every neighborhood is chock full of zoning violations. So,
But not many that actually got a no denied and did it anyway. That's actually the most callous version of a violation.
the fact is there's violations throughout, including with your family's properties that are not properly in the right zone. All right, so there's lots, basically, the zoning has not been enforced for decades. And
Supposedly, my family has property in the wrong zone, he said.
well, there's R1 down Saratoga Avenue, right? And there's properties that don't conform to R1, that's all. So there's lots of people who are not.
Yeah, they got variances, man,
And by the way,
legitimately.
you're saying that the property you're talking about is in violation.
Yes,
It is not.
it is.
It was never found in.
It was determined that there's an apartment on top of that garage.
That was
And
never.
what's the definition of apartment?
Oh, my goodness.
Please,
And you're bringing up ADUs?
There's a bathroom, there's a sink, and a kitchen. And you know what?
Okay, there's a bathroom and a sink in
And
here.
a kitchen. I will provide you with the findings. I will for everything.
Liz, okay, everybody.
Look,
No, she's,
I'm the mayor. I don't care what you are to me right now. Sit. Liz, I'm trying to get you out from under this situation right now to say, if you change J, you're going to be in a position to vote for this. If you don't change J, it's probably an ethics violation.
Carla,
I'm going to be honest with you now.
Carla, when someone you know, an acquaintance, a friend, is impacted by a law in this community
or business,
there's no business.
Or benefits.
There's no, where in the ethics code does it say that you cannot vote on something that a friend of yours might, or even you personally might benefit from?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. I'd have to look up the ethics code right now for that.
It doesn't say
Please
friend,
look at
it
it.
doesn't say friend or acquaintance, and.
Okay. I do you want me to look it up right now? Or
Yeah, I do.
with-
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
I mean, I looked it up. It doesn't say friend.
So that's what you're doing. You're beating the new ethics code by shoving this down our throats.
No, the old ethics code doesn't say friend.
She just admitted why she's doing it. That's right. You just,
No.
just go ahead, approve it.
Call the question, roll call vote.
Vote for it. Please vote for it. Please.
Trustee Raymond,
Aye.
trustee Baskin,
Aye.
trustee Cormos,
Aye.
Perfect. Thank you. See you
trustee
tomorrow.
Van Deen.
No, again, because this is not the right way to do this.
Mayor Rossi,
That's it.
Trustee Cormos, I would encourage you to send in a new conflict form tomorrow and
Yeah.
disclosure form at this point, based on what has come out in this meeting. The vote's no, it carries 3-2.
I gotta go call my
Financial
attorney. Let's go.
Here's
Everything that goes-
conflict
actually-
of interest one, that's in the.
No, they're beating the new, they're beating the new.
Says officers directorship position of any nature, whether compensated or uncompensated, is held by you or your relative with any partnership, corporation, or other organization.
You were partners in a political party together not that long ago, Liz.
You're at his
No,
house constantly.
that's not gonna, that's
You're
not
at
gonna.
his house constantly.
That's-
Campaign manager.
No.
Previous.
Okay,
Previous.
folks,
Not in the last 12 months.
we provided the opportunity.
You too. Help too.
Folks, no.
I didn't pay him.
Okay. We have a need for executive session at this point in time. Can I have a motion to enter? By the way, this is for contractual discussion.
Can we talk about why we're having a motion to discuss pending litigation and potential settlement?
Real estate.
And you indicated contract negotiations under Article 14. And I believe trustee Cormos requested to discuss real property.
Yep.
Is that all the ones we have?
I think so. Motion by,
I think I'm beating. Yeah, right.
okay, Baskin, Condensa in a second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Business unlikely to transpire after this. Please get home safe if you aren't there already.
Oh, I'm not gonna don't worry.
Carl, I'll call you.
Okay, bye.
And for the record,
We are returning from executive session, and there is no action to be taken as stated before. So, I should have had this in hand. Can I get a motion that the vouchers be audited and the meeting be adjourned at 11:45 p.m. because why not?
I'll take the motion.
Baskin?
I'll second.
Fundanza, discussion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Again, everybody be safe out there. Thanks for joining us tonight.
I know, but we actually talked for 15 minutes to make it even midnight.